Masi Okechukwu. Salute every Biafran especially. Yeah. Okechukwu kama. Okechukwu kaina yo no. Okechukwu kama. Onyamana gidi bakulo. Chukwu kama. Welu didi chukwu kasebele. Okechukwu kama. Okechukwu kama. Okechukwu nkelu. Okechukwu kama. Okechukwu kaina yo no. Okechukwu kama. Okechukwu kaina yo na yasi. Okechukwu kama. There is no magic to progress and success in life. Life gives back what you give to it. It takes a man who believes in himself to create wealth. So keep working hard and never lose hope in what you believe in. Ayakata. Life is not easy. Sigh. Make you take and judge. I want to use this special opportunity to recognize great THEM.FUND. I can't also forget General Philip F. Young. Okama Daloso. Come to take one woman on the ground. Umoma Kubigwe. Anyina Fuakolu. Airborne. Development in homeland. A special recognition to every Biafran who have been supporting from day one. May Elohim continue to flourish in your different endeavors. This is Mazinandikano Ohamadika Igadi. The Prime Minister Obatobie Okechukwu Keresimu Kelekio. Okechukwu kama. Okechukwu kaina yo. Okechukwu kama. Onyamana gidi bakulo wunu. Okechukwu kama. Welu didi chukwu kasebe. Okechukwu kama. Okechukwu kama. Mama biko yo bolisa. Okechukwu kama. Okechukwu kama. Okechukwu kama. Okechukwu kaina yo na. Okechukwu kama. Ayole, ayigarole nu. Uwi bole, chetakwa na ndubofuo. 1 + 1 is 2, 2 + 2 is 4. No. Onye puru chi yuzo akwa no. Joy. Don't give up. One day he's so close. He's so close. Okechukwu kama. Never you give up. No. Okechukwu kama. Believe in your dreams, brother. Chukwu kama. Never you say no. Okechukwu kama. Okechukwu kaina yo. Okechukwu kama. Never you down your faith. Okechukwu kama. Keep your head up. Keep on fighting. Okechukwu kama. Ayabala Jodo. Okechukwu kama. A big shout out to Mazi Okechukwu. I salute you, my PM, Mazi Simoniba. Life is sweet when you're patient. The greatest shout out goes to the media teams. They won. Life is a process, no matter how you go about it. Masi Okechukwu Omalicha the Biafran Republic Government and Exile Finance Minister is humbly campaigning for global Biafran financial support for the purpose of Finland Convention, Biafran Defense Forces, and redeclaration-related activities. I appreciate all Biafrans who have been supporting our liberation movement. I also want to massively support more than ever, especially in these critical times. Oh, my fellow lovely great Biafrans, let's come together and support our Prime Minister, Mazi Simon Ekpa, who is working tirelessly to hand over our freedom to us this year, 2024. Freedom is coming, yeah. Yo, 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 yo. Masi Okechukwu. Salute every Biafran especially. Yeah. Okechukwu kama. Okechukwu kaina yo no. Okechukwu Onyamana gidi bakulo munu. Okechukwu kama. Welu didi chukwu kasebele. Okechukwu kama. Okechukwu kama. Asi Okechukwu nekelunu. Okechukwu kama. Okechukwu kaina yo no. Okechukwu kama. Okechukwu kanyina yasi. Okechukwu kama. There is no magic to progress and success in life. Life gives back. It takes a man who believes in himself to create wealth. So keep working hard and never lose hope in what you believe in. Ayaka.
The application served the application for bail by the defendants severally in this court. And this court has made an order that all preliminary objections or issues shall be taken during the judgment. This court is bound by that order. However, the issue as regards to referral of questions to the Court of Appeal and of proceedings statutory law governing criminal procedure in Nigeria. 2 weeks. Administration Justice Act 2015. By Section 306 of that Act, which provides that an application for stay of proceedings in respect of criminal matters before court shall not be entertained. This statutory provision was initiated by the Court of Appeal in the case of Shuaibu versus Federal Republic of Nigeria. I must speak as to the reason for this statutory provision, that is Section 306 Administration of Criminal Justice Act. The essence of the provision is to prevent inordinate delay through the filing of appeals while trial is going on. For this reason, the section 3O of Criminal Justice Act having provided that such application shall not be entertained. This court shall not entertain same. As regards to the application seeking for bail, we have different types of bail applications. Bail application can be bail pending trial or bail pending appeal. At the application for bail, this application before this court does not fall within those two classes of application for bail. In this matter, as also stated by the defendant, that he has put in his defense. Hearing has been concluded. And also, order of this court on the 27th day of October 2025, the court made an order that the defendant should negate putting his defense, or if he's not putting his defense, he should file address which shall be deemed to be final address. The defendant portion to that filed motion and comprehensive rest. It is based on this that I hold that issues are relieved is highly unmeritorious. Same is hereby dismissed. Like I said, all other issues have been raised through that motion and comprehensive final address that was deemed as final address, and another motion filed thereafter. This court, in the interest of justice, close his eyes to see. The court will determine all this issue in his judgments. I deliver my judgment. Judgment, please.
My Lord, I have an objection. Final written address is a constitutionally mandated right which I must be granted. It is in the constitution of this very country that final written addresses, my Lord, must be granted. It is my Lord, and I insist that I address this court on all these issues. Do not forget.
The consultants, can you tell?
I'm not, please, let me finish. It's my case. It is my case, my Lord, let me finish. My Lord, in this very court, Emeka Itiaba, my Lord, Emeka Itiaba SAM said, at the right time we will contradict or controvert a piece of evidence. A piece of evidence given in this very court. It's my final written address, my Lord. I must
count charge which with does.
My Lord, my Lord, I'm saying it clearly.
Defender,
I am entitled to final written address.
Defender,
What is my final written address? It's in the Constitution. My final written address.
Defendant,
My Lord, my final address. Where is it?
can you listen to the court?
I'm not, my Lord, please, please,
Can you listen to the court?
please, my Lord. I need to find. It's in the Constitution.
I appeal to compose also this temple of justice.
My Lord, you are biased. You are biased. This is not law. You are biased. It's not law.
Please, I beg you to compose yourself.
My Lord, this is not law. Show me where it says you can waive my right to final written address.
I beg you compose yourself.
Show me where it says my right to final written address. And I'll sit down. Show me. My Lord, you are conducting their case for them. You are the one running their case for them. Let them show me that the prosecution. Show me where it says you can waive my right to final written address. And I'll sit down.
You have the right to appeal after.
No, my Lord. This is a perversion of the cause of justice. This is not law.
Can you?
It is not law.
Can you excuse me?
My My Lord, I cannot excuse nullity and illegality. It's not possible. My Lord, you must show me where the Constitution says you have the right to waive my written address. You must show me. Show me. Show me where it says so. Show me. Show me where it says so.
Excuse him.
Is that why you brought the cameras? You brought them today?
Please.
You didn't bring it before. You brought it today?
Please.
Show me where it says you can try me on a repeat law. Show me.
Please.
Show me where it says you can try me on a repeat law. I said, show me. Show me. Show me.
Get the microphone from him.
No, leave it. Leave it. Leave it. I said, leave it. It's a court of law. I'm under trial. I'm under trial. I have to speak. I'm under have to speak. Listen to me. Listen to me, please. I'm under trial. I'm under trial. I'm under trial. And I must Please. Wait. No, listen to me. Please. The judge must listen to me. No. Wait. Wait. I'm asking a very simple question. No. Wait. Please. Look, this is Supreme Court. This is Supreme Court here. Hold on a second. Hold on. I said hold on. Please. This is not a court of law. It's not a court of law. What you're doing is not law. You don't know the law. Show me. I said show me where you have the right to waive my right to family. Show me. It's what the Constitution says. Show me. Show me. You cannot show me. You cannot show me. You cannot show me the law. You can't show me. Wait, hold on a second. Don't touch me. Don't you dare touch me. People who don't know what show me where it says you can waive my right. Show me the place I'm asking you. Show me. Show me. Show me. Which law says you can try me and unwritten law? Show me. You cannot show me. I am a judge. You claim you're a judge. You don't know law. You don't know law. Nonsense. Where is it? Which law gave you the right to waive my handwritten address? Which law gave you that right? Nonsense. You think I try this with illiterates and you try with me? You are mad. What's this one doing here? What are you 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 doing here? This is the this is the food. That's the that's the food. Don't touch me, don't push me. I'm going, don't touch me. I'm warning you, don't touch me. I'm warning you, don't touch me. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. I said, don't touch me. Smart people. Show me says you can wear my right to an address. Show me the law. Show me the law. I want to show me the law. You don't know law. They are promoting you. You are writing rubbish. Show me the law. Unaddressed affidavit. You say you waive it. Are you doing their job for them? God will punish you now and forever. Any judgment, let it be on record. Any judgment in this court is rubbish.
It's raised here in
the application, safety application for bail,
have been raised by the defendant severally in this court. And this court has made an order that all preliminary objections or issues shall be taken during the judgments. This bound by that
Well, let me welcome you to our Abuja Center this Friday morning. My name is Mwabozen Choko, and this is Signature Morning. Yesterday, the 20th, I hope I'm correct, of November 2025, Nigeria experienced a major judicial decision. The trial Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, which began since 2021, came to an end at the level of the Court of First Instance. Justice James Omotosho, sitting in Court 7 of the Federal High Court in Abuja, sentenced Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. He found him guilty on all the 7 counts preferred against him by the federal government. That judgment is the talking in Nigeria today. Let me give us information. In the course in the court, the judge had cause to ask Nnamdi Kanu to be removed from the court. Nnamdi Kanu was insisting on certain things to be resolved, but the court said he was being unruly. And the court, of course, had the power to take him out of the court. And outside of the court, when he was sentenced, cancel the prosecution, cancel the law. Comment on outcome of things. And Nnamdi Kanu's long time, and lawyer Ejimako also made comment on the outcome of this morning. We will take the 2 comments first before we come to the studio to look at the sentencing of Nnamdi Kanu. What comes next? Stay with us.
Today, we have come to a final end. Justice has been done. And therefore, Nigerians must, one way or the other, appreciate the judiciary. You remember just last Monday, the president was saying, at any time when Nigeria is in a big trouble or fix, judiciary has always come to the aid to salvage Nigeria. Again, the judiciary has salvaged Nigeria from the claws, from the oppression of the proscribed IPOB. The court has also pronounced sentence on Eastern Security Network, which was the military wing of IPOB. Today, God has brought end to injustice, oppression, suffered by our brothers and sisters of the eastern states of Nigeria.
Today is the only day I have witnessed a man be convicted for mere puffery, for what he said from his mouth, not what he did with his own hands. The verdict is not consistent with the evidence laid before the court. The sentence is overbroad, cruel, and unusual. How can you convict a man for making mere broadcasts from a location that was never named, and he never had that broadcast to any single incident of violence, or even someone slapping someone, not to talk of terrorism? You did all this, you didn't lay any evidence. I don't know where this whole verdict can be grounded in law, logic, or facts. We disagree with the judgment vehemently. Completely. Yes. Yes. And we are going to fight it from here onwards until justice is done.
Yes. 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 There's no justice yet.
Yes. Suspect the judgment is not based on law. It's not based on facts, it's based on politics. It's based on some tribal, primordial sentiments. Just because Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is Igbo. An Igbo man has become the person in Nigeria that should be trampled upon. I'm not saying the Igbo. I'll say it for the Hausa or Yoruba who gets trampled upon. But today we saw an Igbo man being trampled upon, and by God Almighty, we are not going to allow it.
Yes. Now, you've gotten the positions of counsel, prosecution counsel, and Nnamdi Kanu's counsel. And this morning we raised the question, the conviction of Nnamdi Kanu. What follows next? And my guest is Aloy Ejimako, counsel to Nnamdi Kanu. Aloy, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you, Joko. Thank you for having me on.
Let me first tease you. I've been asking you, boss, today I happen to catch you.
Very well.
A good catch, isn't it? You're welcome.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now, this is a serious matter. I need education as I progress. Yesterday's trial, yesterday's sentencing followed series of other court processes. In this country, in the course of his trial, a court in this land had queried the arrest of Nnamdi Kanu. Because I understand you lawyers say the process leading to trial should be part of the entire thing. And the court had said,
yes,
since Nnamdi Kanu was illegally, unjudicially brought into Nigeria, his trial has already suffered a setback. Has that position by the court been varied at any level? I just want to be educated.
Well, yes. It was varied at the Supreme Court. That was the Court of Appeal. But then the more important thing we need to consider is that decision by the Court of Appeal distinguished totally, completely, absolutely, and brought to permanent closure the retinue of charges Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was facing up to that point. It distinguished everything. So the federal government wanted to continue with the trial of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. It needed to have, started on a clean plate after December 15, 2023, when the Supreme Court upturned the judgment of the Court of Appeal. Do you understand?
Yes.
But they didn't do that. They went back, they pedaled back to bring, were practically dead, and charges that were also brought under a dead law, and charges that were completely extinguished by dint of the discharge occurred at the Court of Appeal. So, despite the fact that the Supreme varied or upturned the judgment, it upturned it on one ground only, on the ground that rendition did not bar the Federal High Court from proceeding with trying anybody in Nigeria. But it didn't say expressly or specifically that those charges that were standing against Nnamdi Kanu be brought, or the charges be brought back under a law that was repealed in as far back as July 2022. So the decision of the Supreme Court came more than a year later, in December 23. And then you take Mazi Nnamdi Kanu back to court based on a law that had long been repealed.
Now, that is where I also need education.
Okay.
Consistently, I've been following it.
Yes.
Nnamdi Kanu has insisted that if there is a law in our statute books warranting his prosecution, based on which he could be charged, that he will face trial.
Yes.
But there's no law to that effect.
Yes.
Can you kindly educate us on
Well,
that?
I would. If you recall, Njoko, during the military administration, we used to have the Armed Robbery and Firearms Tribunals.
Correct.
We also had the Armed Robbery and Firearms Decree.
Yes, we did.
Now, the punishment or the process for bringing armed robbers and people who who allegedly possessed firearms illegally. The process then, during the military administration, was very arbitrary and very summary. And the process was taken outside of our black letter tradition to come within the purview of a military decree that did not guarantee minimum fairness. It could be tried in under 2 weeks or 3 weeks and be executed. The same thing for those who were accused of running drugs or narcotics.
Yes.
Now, as soon as the military administration's sunset and we return to civilian administration, that law also sunset and the law was repealed. So everybody who was standing trial for armed robbery, drug offenses, firearms offenses were brought back into the traditional law, what we have as Criminal Code Act or Criminal Procedure Code. So nobody was facing firing squad anymore. Nobody was facing arbitrary and summary trial anymore. So you even though you were accused of something, you were given the benefit of taking advantage of the new law in place. So nobody was back to military era repeal decree to put you under the pain of summary trial within 2 to 3 weeks, not before a panel not comprised of lawyers but military officers, and then you are taken to your village and executed. There's no more death by firing squad here, but we used to have it. So I think this is the best. There was a terrorism and a law called the Terrorism Prevention Amendment Act 2023. The charges Mazen Nnamdi Kanu was facing until he got discharged by the Court of Appeal in 2022, these charges were initiated under that act. Now, I explained previously that why these things were going on,
yes,
the act got, so it became a dead law. So now, when the Supreme Court said, well, there is something you need to explain to the High Court trial, we know you are rendition, that was wrong, but you need to stand trial. You need to stand trial under a repealed law. It would be akin to say you need to stand trial if you are alleged to be an armed robber under the armed robbery and firearm decree that has been repealed. If a court subsequently says you need to stand trial, it means you need to stand trial under the criminal code or the penal code, and the procedure that will be the criminal procedure code. Just like we had in 2015 with the promulgation of the Administration of Criminal Justice Act 2015, all the criminal code procedure code, all the criminal code procedures in much of Nigeria got extinguished. So everything that was pending at that time was brought into under the purview of the new law. This was the kernel of Mazen Nnamdi Kanu's argument that it is jurisdictionally questionable, maybe even a nullity, and it defeats his fundamental rights to fair hearing for him to face trial under a law that has been extinguished. And guess what? That law that was extinguished wasn't extinguished for no reason. The law that replaced it, the Terrorism Prevention and Prohibition Act 2022, was meant to bring Nigeria in conformity with the international best practices in the global counter-insurgency, counter-terrorism effort. For instance, the old law carried the death penalty, but the world community came together and said, well, it's probably too harsh. Let's go as long as life imprisonment. They removed the death penalty. And under the law, most of the offenses he was charged with carried maximum number of 20 years to run concurrently. Now, under Section 76 sub 1D3 of the new law, if the terrorist act or if the overt act leading to the alleged incitement of terrorism occurred outside Nigeria, the Federal High Court of Nigeria does not have jurisdiction unless it can be shown by the government that that very act also constituted a terrorist offense in the country where it occurred. Now, on the charge sheet, the allegations made
inside of these 6 counts of the charges, 7 counts, 6 out of them carried allegations of broadcasts made overseas between 2018 and 2021 when Mazen and Kanu was not here. They are the ones that indicate that window of 2018 to 2021. So if you made that indication that basically said that you, Mazen and Kanu, made a broadcast and you didn't mention the location of the broadcast, you made a broadcast that led to incitement of terrorism or commission of act of terrorism in Nigeria, you need to also mention the location where it was made, so that in our proceedings in the court, it can be then established whether in that country, yes, to the strict proof, whether the broadcast, say for instance, if made in Kenya, whether that level or that nature of the broadcast is also a crime in Kenya. If you said he made it in Britain from British soil, is it a crime in Britain to make such a broadcast? If the answer is yes, then the Federal High Court has jurisdiction, and it's called extraterritorial jurisdiction. If it's not crime at the location where the broadcast was made, then it's not a crime. Now, pardon me to interject, because Nnamdi Kanu also was insisting on the factor of the court not having jurisdiction. Was it based on this?
Yes, that's one of them. There are several other grounds. For instance, if I begin to rule out the grounds between wait a minute. What we are talking about here is now the Supreme Court judgment that remitted this case back to trial did not do a whole-scale remittal, closed the window for Nnamdi Kanu to advance his defenses or preliminary objections. He said it at between page 47 and 58 of the judgment that the defendant is entitled to his defenses before the High Court or to advance any objections. And one of them was an objection based on section 220 of the Administration of Criminal Justice Act, which again brings us to the absence of the location of the offense. Non-lawyers may be wondering why location is important. Location of an offense is always important because that is what grounds jurisdiction. So when you don't indicate location where the offense occurred, say for instance, something happened in Sokoto, and it comes within the local judicial purview of Sokoto courts. But when you miss that location or the situs,
you would deny that court of that.
Yes, it brings into question the jurisdiction of the next court you take it to in Kaduna. So if you say somebody did something and there is this suspicion that it happened in Sokoto and you are not disclosing it, you begin to wonder why the prosecutor is interested in Kaduna or trying a case in Kaduna trying a case that allegedly occurred in Sokoto. So it's a judicial question that challenges the territorial jurisdiction of the Federal High Court here. Do you understand?
I do.
So, and sometimes lawyers call it the rule of double criminality. And again, under the Administration of Criminal Justice Act, you are not permitted as a government to confuse the accused or the suspect with the way he drafted the charges against him. You have to be explicit, clear, avoid ambiguities and vagueness and overbroadness, so that the accused will be well informed of what he has done. That also will enable him to effectively defend himself. Any of those missing informations which misleads the accused brings into question the authority of the court to proceed with that trial. And the absence of the situs, location of that offense, confused Mazen Nnamdi Kanu here. So how do you defend something that you don't know where it occurred?
Now, we followed the proceedings all throughout yesterday. There are two things I also again want you to educate us on. We have not come to what next, but let us be educated before we ask you what next.
Okay.
Said that the sentences were run concurrently. But there was one 5 years, one 20 years, one life imprisonment. What is to run concurrently?
Well, if you run concurrently, you're looking at about 20 years.
About 20 years.
You know, life imprisonment is about 20 years with good behavior. It could be more with bad behavior and all that, but you need to sit down and crunch the mathematics, and get the exactitude, the exact number of years. But you are looking at minimum of 20.
If it's minimum of 20, and this began, Nnamdi Kanu has been in the custody of the government since 2021. This is 2025.
He's going to get credit for that.
He's going to get credit
and for the 18 months he spent between 2015 and 2017.
If that.
So you get 6 years.
About 6 years.
Yes.
Thank you for the education. Now, I will also watched the prosecution counsel evidently tell his lordship that Nnamdi Kanu should be sentenced to death.
Yeah.
That is the job of a lawyer, maybe. But in this conversation, you said that death sentence is not part of the new accepted internationally.
Exactly.
How did this death sentence come up?
How?
Yes, why should it come up? Because his lordship already knows if they're applying the current law.
Does the lordship really know? I mean, he might have known, but the court evidently closed its mind.
Okay, in other words, this trial then did not go on basic law, but on the extinguished law.
That was our main contention. That was the main contention of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, that this trial be conducted under the current law. I mean, is it asking for too much? Why are they pivoting on the old law? They wanted to get the death sentence.
Now you're a lawyer.
It was very clear.
Please, you're a lawyer. You have not appealed. You say you're going to appeal. We're going to discuss that currently. Yes. But does it make legal common sense that a law no longer exists? A new law is in the statute books, operate, and the process decides to go back yesterday to try a case of today? Does it make sense?
It doesn't. Anyway, let me break it down. Some new laws do carry savings clauses. And under Section 6 of the Interpretation Act, the repeal of a law does not necessarily mean it is totally extinguished or its application has sunset totally.
Even when there's a missing.
Exactly, because that new law may contain a savings clause. This very new law, the Terrorism Prevention and Prohibition Act, that was enacted in 2022, carried a savings clause under Section 98 that saved acts performed under the old law. Completed acts are acts that were still ongoing. But Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's case was no longer ongoing as of October 13, 2022. That was when his case ended by discharge. Discharge of a suspect or a defendant ends his case. If you're discharged today, you may be lucky enough, if no bureaucracy occurs, you go home from the court house. You don't go back to jail. I mean, you might go back to jail to pack your things, but you might wax proud and say, "Why am I packing my things? I'll send one of my boys to pack my things." You go home from the court. When Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was discharged on October 13, 2022, they took him back to jail. They never obeyed the order. Equity requires you to have clean hands. This is a man that was discharged. You held him tight until you appealed, and then you went and got a stay of execution of the discharge judgment within 2 weeks, or let me say within 13 days. On 26th, you got the thing to be stayed, the judgment to be stayed, and you held him in detention since then. And this is despite other rulings of courts around the country and the international community. So the federal government never had clean hands in question. That's my concern. My primary concern really was the federal government, not the court, because the courts lack the juices to initiate criminal trials except when they commit contempt in the face of the court. But the government, the executive branch, the presidency, the attorney general have to take a case before the court. So the prosecutorial The aggressive prosecutorial policy towards Mazen Nnamdi Kanu was very baffling to me, and I was questioning why. And guess what? I found out why. It is tough being an Igbo man in Nigeria. It's tough. Being Igbo in Nigeria is very tough for me. I know the opportunities I have lost. So when it comes, I didn't know that this thing could be transported, extrapolated. Prosecutions, it was very vicious. The prosecutorial policy levied against Mazen Nnamdi Kanu was very vicious, and you had to ask yourself why. Just because of broadcasts made from a foreign soil. Are you trying to tell us that if the baby, if the witch cried at night and the baby died in the morning, is the witch that killed the baby? He made a broadcast, and certain violence was committed. Acts that you term terrorism was committed east, and you're linking the two. I don't believe there's any nexus, because nobody who committed such acts. You have thousands of alleged IPOB members, HGSN members in your detention facilities across Nigeria, including the notorious Wawa barracks in Niger State, where they are tortured, and Tiger Base in Owerri. And none of them, since 2015, has pointed a finger at Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, despite confessions he obtained under torture. Nobody has said, I attacked a policeman, I attacked anything, I shot somebody because of Mazen Nnamdi Kanu's broadcast. There was no single witness brought to say that. There was no single documentary evidence indicating that. And then you left that aside, voted to end SARS, and you now convicted Mazen Nnamdi Kanu for his remarks. Even those who said incendiary, a lot of people made incendiary remarks during NSAS. Wole Soyinka supported NSAS. Foreigners supported it. Twitter founders supported it, and they created a very viral hashtag for it. And nobody has ever been convicted of NSAS protests except Mazen Nnamdi Kanu. So begin to answer why. The answer is as obvious as can be. It's a stuff. And this is what is fueling the agitation rock of all these things. And you think by jailing him, you know, it's a magic bullet that will solve all these problems? No. I think he's going to create more discontent. I hope that people will remain calm and not resort to self-help. But when a segment of your citizens, a very big segment as Igbos are, some people put our population between 50 and 70, count those in the diaspora, they are not happy with you. Your alpha males are not happy with you as a country. You talk with them. You don't seek to jail them, or you don't seek to subdue them through the instrumentality of, you know, putting the poster boy for their yearnings and aspirations gassed and discontent in jail for life. It will be tantamount to jailing the entire tribe. So I think the federal government needs to retool itself, go into a rethinking mood and ask itself some political questions. Not legal. This matter has never been legal. If any, the legal aspect of it was very scintillant, very small. Much of it has quantum political content. So the federal government needs to double back and say, hey, what here? Maybe this conviction has opened a new opportunity for solution.
We'll come to that present.
Yes.
But let us go back to the
putting the poster boy for their yearnings and aspirations and angst and discontent in jail for life. It will be tantamount to jailing the entire tribe. So I think the federal government needs to, retool itself, go into a rethinking mood and ask itself some political questions. Not legal. This matter has never been legal. If any, the legal aspect of it was very scintillant, very small. Much of it has quantum political content. So the federal government needs to double back and say, hey, what are we doing here? Maybe this conviction has opened a new opportunity for a political solution.
We'll come to that presently.
Yes.
Let us go back to the legal.
Thank you.
I'm sure that you followed when I clip from the interview granted the media yesterday.
Yes.
You said that the conviction, the sentencing cannot stand before any sound law.
Yes.
An appeal.
Exactly.
Why would you be appealing?
Do they appeal?
Yes, why would you be appealing? Let us know why.
We are going to be appealing.
Yeah, would you be appealing?
Pretty soon, we have this morning I obtained the CTC of the judgment. It's 144 pages. We needed it to be able to effectively draft our grounds of appeal. So the appeal might be going in Monday or Tuesday. That is how passionate we are about it. But recall that yesterday there was a congressional testimony in the United States.
Yes, there was.
Where a member of Congress in real time picked up this conviction and criticized it and cited it as one of the evidence that indicates that there is a general persecution of Christians or Judeo-Christians in Nigeria. So the persecution is either, see, with persecution, a lot of people don't understand it. The government may not persecute you directly, but when the government is unwilling or unable, reluctant to stop your persecutor, it's also indirectly. That is the standard set in America. That is the standard set globally. So when Americans allege that there is persecution in Nigeria, Nigerian government say they don't understand. They indicate their lack of understanding of definition of persecution in the Western world or in the eyes of Americans. If you are being traduced, oppressed by a non-state actor that the government is either willing or unable to control, then that you are a victim of persecution. Now, coming to the appeal, we have several grounds inside my head.
Yes.
But we needed to really go through, zero in on them, go through judgment, and sift them, be articulate. So I can begin to tell you one of the general grounds. The conviction violated the rule of double criminality. Secondly, the verdict and the sentence not consistent with the evidence laid before the court. Third, the court said Mazi Nnamdi Kanu did not make his defense. He partially made his defense. He did not lead any direct witnesses or testimony, but he elicited evidence for himself through examination. For instance, one of the witnesses lied under oath and is before the criminal court now. Here, we have laid a direct criminal complaint to a magistrate court, which is a procedure. Complaining is in the record. He admitted under cross-examination that he was meeting Mazi Nnamdi Kanu for the first time in court. But this was somebody who was introduced and presented as a staff of the DSS who had interviewed Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. And one of the witnesses answered, I don't know, whether 87 times. There are issues in the testimony, in the evidence that we elicited through cross-examination that weighed in favor of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and those were totally ignored by the trial court. That's a ground of appeal. And then there's this gaping question, very nagging, whether a trial court has the authority to reach a verdict or sentence on a criminal matter over which he never considered whether he had jurisdiction or not. And then, of course, we come under the capture-all, which is section 36 of the Constitution, and question whether Mazi Nnamdi Kanu actually received fair trial. So these are some of the grounds we are
now
going
in
to
in the definition of who is a terrorist.
Who is what?
A terrorist.
Yes.
By the law.
Yes.
Did the evidence establishing Nnamdi Kanu as a terrorist?
Never.
So I listened to the prosecution counsel thanking his lordship for saving people from a terrorist of an international dimension, and all the acts that have grounded the economy and brought hardship to the people of Eastern Nigeria. You have handled this case all this time, all this while. By law, who is a terrorist? By Nnamdi Kanu's conduct, does he qualify by the definition of that law?
No, hardly. It doesn't even come close. Let me put it in layman's language.
Yes, please.
If you really want to know who a terrorist is, you look at those terrorists up in northern Nigeria that come to meetings with government officials fully armed. Okay? Fully armed with AK assault rifle and other projectiles. Those that do the case of Christians in the north, Boko Haram, SWAP, Lakubura, or whatever, they have all kinds of names. That is terrorism. Barefaced terrorism. Making cars from a foreign soil is not an act of terrorism, unless you now want to exaggerate. I gave you the example of a witch crying at night. If that makes the witch a terrorist or a killer of the baby, then you have action of terrorism according to the court that convicted Mazen Nnamdi Kanu. He never even, not at all. There was no real connection between the broadcast. The court found the broadcast to be inflammatory or incendiary. You can make that determination. It's up to you to do it. But convict a man for uttering, people will say, words have consequences. Yes, not terrorist consequences, as in this very situation. Do you understand? You just don't block it like that. And that's why I'm telling you, I mean, because it was said by an Igbo man, Gumi, I don't want to mention names. You have a whole lot of people in Nigeria, mostly from northern Nigeria, who say all sorts of things. Religious leaders intimidating people, they walk free. They are in alliance with those that actually met the definition of terrorism on national television, and they don't take any action against them. But you traduce a man who made some broadcast from some foreign soil, and you never link the broadcast to any particular terrorist act, and you convict him as a terrorist. It's wrong.
Now, this morning you have said Nnamdi Kanu's part of his challenge may be that he's an Igbo man. That from your own personal experience is tough, Nigeria. I do not want to push that narrative. But I want to ask, because yesterday one of your colleagues also said that people should not take law into their hands.
Yeah.
Can you please make a plea to that?
Because
this is high level sentiment, and unless people like you who've been following this case all along,
yes,
you are being involved.
Exactly.
Try to educate on the likely consequences setbacks such a behavior could cause. Some sentiment could swell, and unwanted could happen.
Well, I said it at the very beginning of this interview. People shouldn't take the law into their hands. I know people are angry, because you have to recognize that there's a problem. There's a problem of general discontent in the Southeast. It's there, simmering below the surface. So we don't need a tinderbox. This thing that happened yesterday, if we are not careful, could have been the tinderbox. So I will say it here categorically to my people, to my fellow Igbos. Well, I know you are angry, but don't take the law into your hands. Please allow the process to play forum or fora, the Court of Appeal and the Supreme Court. And of course, we have the international community putting their mouth into this problem. So there is no justification for someone to resort to self-help or to jump into the street and start, producing some violence. We don't do that. It goes like that because it will be self-defeating. It will be an act of self-immolation for you to start burning your businesses and your houses and killing each other or whatever. Don't do that. Anger, you are angry. It's justified. But let us channel that anger or channel our search for justice, our quest to justice within the framework of the law. Let's not resort to unlawful acts.
Let's not resort to unlawful act. I just asked him one more question. My producer just gave me a signal. He said I don't have too much time. In fact, I've almost blown my time. Aloy, in the course of this conversation,
yes,
we've said that just a little bit of Nnamdi Kanu's trial is legal. Much of it is political. Can this be resolved politically?
Yes. I made it clear, I always have maintained the position since 2021. This is more about politics than law, than legalities. And I think it's evidence, stark evidence of a distorted counter-insurgency, counter-policy of the federal government. You know, you cannot have such a counter-insurgency, counter-terrorism policy, apply one which is more liberal to northern Nigeria and the one strict to southern Nigeria. If you close that window, political solution will come. Once the federal government begins to see the southeasterner, the Igbo man, the way he sees the northerner or the westerner, the issue will, because you now start talking to the south, to the Igbo man, just as you are talking to the northerners who are involved in more serious more serious insurgency, misconduct that is open, that the optics are there for the public to see. You don't, that one doesn't need a definition. You see barefaced terrorism. But this one in the south, I can say, for lack of a better word, is more latent. Okay, so but you have a more strict policy towards the Igbo man when it comes to the Igbo man. If you close that gap and regard terrorism as an equal opportunity offense that requires equal opportunity treatment, then you begin to see the opportunities for political solution. And then number two is you look at the core. What led to all this? There's a cause and effect. Mazin Namdekan or whoever, or IPOB, or those you are calling terrorists in the South is one day and start doing some act that you allege they did. What is the reason for that? They are agitating for a separate state and they're asking you to give them a referendum. See, when you are alpha males, when your citizens are agitated, that's where the word agitating, they are agitated. They have this growing discontent. You don't lock them up, invite them to a table and talk to them. You can talk them out of it or reach a position where everybody will get to say yes and agree. Then you have the unity that you desire. Or you have a bit of loosening up, something of an Aburi arrangement. Or everybody might say, let us all go our separate ways. But by all means, you do not solve such problems by resorting to muscular law enforcement. It doesn't work. It makes the problem worse.
Who should be talking to who in this political conversation? I just want to, what I'm asking the question is, politicians from the southeast, they are in the mix. With whom should they be talking? Federal government, with whom should they be talking? If we're looking for a political solution.
The buck stops at the president's table. Tinubu was elected for a reason, to be president. This is one of the reasons. Southeast is a component part of the federation. Even if a politician or any Southeast is telling President Tinubu not to explore the opportunity or the avenue of a dialogue, he should tell him, no, don't tell me that. This whole country is under me, the entire nation. You're going to create political problems for my people of Southeast. He should rise above any primordial things like that. So you cannot have a consensus. Some politicians in Southeast may have some selfish reasons for, making sure things don't come to settle. But the president should have that heart. The same large heart that propelled the negotiations they are doing up in the north, which is not supported by many people, including the international community. So whatever is happening is more attractive for negotiations, for dialogue, for presidential intervention with a big heart, despite any wranglings, internal wranglings in the Southeast, or reluctance exhibited by any Southeast leader or politician.
I'm going to extract one last word from you before I thank you for coming.
Yeah.
You've consistently interfaced Nnamdi Kanu.
Yes.
What is his desire that he has told you?
His desire is, let me be honest and open with everybody. Nnamdi Kanu desires good governance, justice, fair play, level playing field for all. not just in Igbo, not just in Biafra. He hates injustice with a passion. So you can say, in a sense, Biafra is the means to an end, not the end itself. If you begin to, there was no Mazen Nnamdi Kanu agitation during Obasanjo years. Nobody ever wondered why. No agitation by Mazen Nnamdi Kanu during Jonathan years and Yar'Adua years. Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, a chieftain of Apga in the United Kingdom. I saw videos of him making remarks about Nigeria and having high hopes for the country. So people will have to ask themselves what changed. What changed was in 2015 when Buhari came to power and decided he was going to rule Nigeria two faces. One face for the people he favored and the other face for the Igbo man or for the Biafra. He had disdain for the Igbo man. Buhari did. For the Biafran, he was, doing all sorts of things that Nigerians would not like to remember today. So this was what lit the fire of the agitation. So if you bring back, it tells you one thing. It's a formula. It's almost scientific. If you bring back good governance, justice, fair play, level playing field, and stop making people feel like they're second-hand citizens, you can do business with Mazen Nnamdi in one single nation. But if you don't do that, he will persist, and there will be more people like him.
Can I ask you a pointed question? If these things are done, the ace requesting, or he has told you that's the way he wants them, isn't Nnamdi Kanu will be a Nigerian citizen?
I just basically almost said it indirectly. If you bring justice and fair play, level playing field, and stop all this crass discrimination and tribalism that all these things are bogging down the nation and constituting a drag on the nation. It's a big monkey on the back of the country. If you remove it, that was why I gave you the example of Obasanjo years all the way to Jonathan. He never had pain about Biafra or Nnamdi Kanu or agitation. Do you understand me? So it is injustice in high places. Agitation. Somewhere I told someone Nigeria is the reason for Biafra. What I meant by that is that the way Nigeria is being run, if you run Nigeria well, and we have the capacity to run Nigeria well, human beings, we are imbued with evil and good, capacity for evil and good. But we suppress that part of the evil. Why don't we be goodness in us and make that impact into the governance of the country? So that way you would need all these agitations in the board, and you may be able to do business with, and if you treat everybody well.
Before my last word this morning, I think it's important for those of you who may have joined us in this program this morning to listen again to what transpired in the court yesterday and what the prosecution counsel and defense counsel. If my producer is ready, can you please let us in again into what those two parties said yesterday?
Today, we have come to a final end. Justice has been done. And therefore, Nigerians must, one way or the other, appreciate the judiciary. You remember just last Monday, the president was saying, at any time when Nigeria is in a big fix, judiciary has always come to the aid to salvage Nigeria. Again, the judiciary has salvaged Nigeria from the clause, from the oppression, the proscribed IPOB. The court has also pronounced death sentence on Eastern Security Network, which was the military wing of IPOB. Today, God has put an end to injustice, oppression suffered by our brothers and sisters of the eastern states of Nigeria.
Today, I have witnessed a man being convicted for mere puffery, for what he said from his mouth, not what he did with his own hands. The verdict is not consistent with the evidence laid before the court. The sentence is overbroad, cruel, and unusual. How can you convict a man for making mere broadcasts, location that was never named, and he never tied that broadcast to any single incident of violence, or even someone slapping some of terrorism? You did all this, you didn't lay any evidence. I don't know where this whole verdict can be grounded in law, logic, or facts. We disagree with the judgment vehemently.
Completely. Yes. Yes.
And we are going to fight it from here onwards until justice is done.
Yes. Yes. There's no justice yet.
Yes. Suspect the judgment is not based on facts. It's based on politics. It's based on some tribal primordial sentiments. Just because Mazin Nnamdi Kanu is Igbo, an Igbo man has become the person in Nigeria that should be trampled upon. I'm not saying this because I'm Igbo. I'll say it for the House of Yoruba who gets trampled upon. But today we saw an Igbo man being trampled upon, and by God Almighty, we are not going to allow it.
Yes.
Aloy,
Thank you.
your last word.
Well, I would say this, that Nigeria has a new opportunity now. A lot of times when something bad happens, you look for the silver lining, you look for an opening, a positive dimension to that bad news that may provide an opportunity for a new beginning. Action has occurred, the sentencing has occurred, but they can occur. Awolowo was sentenced for treason in Nigeria under questionable circumstances that mimics this one. The political leaders between Gowon and Ojukwu, there's a debate as to who took that decision, but at least he was under Ojukwu's southeast, and he saw to his stage from southeast back to Lagos. Nelson Mandela spent 27 years. He was also convicted of circumstances that smacks of vicious politics. But under de Klerk, he saw an opportunity as a statesman to make a mess, and he did. And Nelson Mandela went on to become the president of South Africa. Back in the United States, Martin Luther King, he was arrested, water hosed, put in jail, but in his efforts in the 1964 Civil Rights Act that ended Jim Crowism in America, and segregation was promulgated. And today, America enjoys a good racial equality. Ditto for Mahatma Gandhi in India. He led India non-violently to freedom and ended the British Raj of 500 years in India. He too went to jail in South Africa and India. But when things came to a head, the closure was very good for everybody. India attained its independence under his very strong guidance in 1947. Yesterday, Mazin Nnamdi Kanu was convicted unfairly. He was also sentenced unfairly. What in a very to bring this nation to peace and tranquility, in particular the Southeast. If you take up this matter of Mazin Nnamdi Kanu with wisdom, with which everybody knows that you're imbued with, and bring it to the table and discuss it out, I think the situation will ameliorate. Southeast will be happier, and you'll be happier, and the whole nation will be happier as well. Thank you, everybody, and thank you, Ms. Chifunjoko, and thank you, Signature TV, for bringing me on. I would like to return back.
Aloy, thank you very much for investing your time with us.
My pleasure.
Great, you're
Thank
welcome.
you.
My name is Mwabos and
Good morning, Biafrans. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on your location, depending on your time. Thank you so much for being part of this program. Thank you for joining me. Please, I see you, Charles Oji. I see you, Chinyere Obiefune. Aderinle Lekan. Thank you so much, all of you. Those who are listening on YouTube, on Facebook, and as well as on X. Thank you. If you have not shared it, please share. And you subscribe to this channel, please do so. Do so, please. I need to get to 1,000 subscribers. Make it happen for me. Make it happen for me, guys. Make it happen. Thank you so much for being part of this program. I really appreciate each and every one of you. Yes, I just took my time for us to listen to what happened on the 20th of November 2025. A day, the darkest day in the history of Nigeria, and a very dark day in Biafra Restoration Project. The 20th November marked the day our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, a man who was the Nigerian terrorist state, a man who committed no crime at all, a man who is fighting for the freedom of his people, a man who was kidnapped from Kenya, brought to Nigeria lawfully, extraordinary renditions, and they put him on trial, even when Nigerian government are aware that they have the jurisdiction and they have no basis to try him. They forcefully put him into trial, and on the 20th, they jailed him for life imprisonment. So it is a very sad, day for us. Biafrans all over the world, most were heartbroken. Yes, that is how it should be, because we love our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, because Mazi Nnamdi Kanu committed no crime, because Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was speaking for us, fighting for us, and because of that, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was sentenced to life imprisonment. It was a very, very sad day. I played the clip while our leader was in court and the judge was giving his shabby submissions and decisions against our leader. And Mazi Nnamdi Kanu stood up to respond and demanded that he should be briefed and references should be made to the reason why his right is being waived without his consent. And the judge ordered that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu should be escorted out of the court, and thereafter gave judgment of life imprisonment. Now, today is 22nd, 2 days after this ugly incident. Biafrans, where do we go from here? The same case, the same scenario, although on a different level, played out in Finland. Mazi Simon Ekpanjoko, our prime minister, was jailed for 6 years. His conviction was not related to anything Biafra. But as a matter of fact, Nigerian government played a key and pivotal role in bribing Finland to make sure that Simon Ekpa is detained. You ask yourself, what is the reason why Finland jailed Simon Ekpa, Nigeria jailed Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, on the same reasons that they are causing insecurity, they are killing people, they did broadcasts, they did this, they did that. But in their sentencing, nothing of such was used against them because the law know that these people have inalienable right to fight for the freedom of their people. The reason why these things were done is to silence them and to silence you as well that is listening. The reason why Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is jailed and Simon Ekpa is jailed is to silence you as a Biafran, so that you will feel or you think that fighting for your freedom is an offense, that fighting for Biafra is treasonable felony or terrorism. So they want to inflict fear, instigate fear. They want to frighten Biafrans. They don't want you to rise up and defend yourself. They don't want you to speak for yourselves. They don't want you to defend your women and children. They don't want you to fight for a good life. They don't want you to excel and flourish and govern yourselves. They want you to be under subjugation. They want you to be slave forever. They want you to be servants of the Nigerian state. That is why the Nigerian government will do everything humanly possible to criminalize self-determination. But I have a question for you, Biafrans, who are listening, and those who may listen later. Because after Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was kidnapped in 2021, a lot of people were heartbroken. A lot of people left the movement. A lot of people decided not to have anything to do with Biafra. A lot of people say, oh, I'm going to stop until Mazi Nnamdi Kanu comes out. 4 years later, are you still standing and waiting for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to come out? The same thing applied to Simon Ekpa was arrested in 2024. A lot of people were heartbroken. A lot of people also stand out. A lot of people also say they are sitting on the fence. And Simon Ekpa was jailed for 6 years. What next? I want to ask you. When Simon Ekpa took over after Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was kidnapped, the freedom for the Biafran people got international attention. We went to Finland in 2023, the Helsinki Declaration. We unveiled the Biafran Charter. A lot of things happened in Helsinki, Finland, after Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's kidnap. And the international community became aware of the Biafran issues. And when he came back, when after that Helsinki Declaration the Biafran Republic government in exile was born. And the Biafran Charter were distributed to American congressmen and women through our acting prime minister now, then was the finance minister Ogechukwu Nkere. And a lot of awareness were created. That was from 2021 till 2020 till date. Had it been that Simon Ekpanjoko was waiting for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to be released before we can continue to fight for freedom, Biafran would have been long dead by now. Biafra would have been a forgotten issue by now. The same thing applies to Simon Ekpa when he was arrested, and Ogechukwu Nkere and the Biafran Republic government in exile continued the good work that Simon Ekpa was doing. Today, American congressmen and women are speaking about Biafra. Donald Trump is holding Nigerian government accountable for the genocide against Biafrans and Nigerian Christians. Had it been that Ogechukwu Nkere So, friends, I'm still at work. So, had it been that Ogechukwu Nkere or the Biafran Republic government in exile cabinet members were so much focused on Simon Ekpa's freedom, we can proceed, we can follow the template. By now, Biafra would have been a forgotten issue. By now, nobody will be speaking about Biafra. Trump wouldn't have the opportunity of calling out Nigeria on Christian persecution. Ted Cruz will not be tweeting. Dr. Walid will not know about Biafra. Will not speak about Biafra. And a lot of Representative John James will not be talking about Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in detention. This is the lesson that most of you who are standing on the fence or sitting on the fence should learn. So I want to ask you, now that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has been jailed for life, are you going to wait till life? It means you are going to wait till eternity before you can fight for your freedom. For those of you who said it is Mazi Nnamdi Kanu they are waiting for before they can stop freedom of their people. Now that the Nigerian government have pronounced Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, oh, he's convicted, he has to stay for prison, life imprisonment, are you going to wait? You are going to wait eternity. So Biafra will never come. You see the mentality that you have. You see what we have been telling you, Biafrans, that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu told you, he said it open to everybody. If you know what you can do for Biafra to be restored, don't hesitate to do that. He didn't say, don't do it, wait for me to do it. He didn't say, I am the only one that should do it. He didn't say, even if I'm arrested, wait for me until I come out before you can support your freedom. No. The same thing applies to Mazi Simon Ekpanjoko. Such statements did not come from them. Ordinarily, you should use your common sense to understand that when your leader is in detention, it is your actions and activities that can be able to release him from anywhere that he is. So my wonderful Biafran brothers and sisters, anywhere that you are listening from, the time has come for you to join and support the Biafran Republic government in exile. The time has come for you to support your freedom and the freedom of our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. We want you to understand that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu release is going to come through the actions and activities that the Biafran Republic government in exile takes against Nigeria going forward, either in Washington, D.C., and the actions of the Biafran Defense Forces in the homeland. Very, very important. You listen to the Special Counsel Aloy Ejimako telling you that the Nigeria government have an exceptional laws that is meant for the Igbo man. In other words, they know that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu committed no crime. They know that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is free of any guilt, but they don't want to release him because Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is fighting them. They know that. He told you that other Section 3 have committed more criminal acts more than Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, but are they not working very free? They are working very free. If you ask Gumi, you ask the Northerners, they tell you, oh, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is the worst terrorist. And you ask him, who has he terrorized? Because he's fighting for Biafra. Then the bandits, the ISWAP, the ISIS, the Boko Haram are a better terrorist because they are fighting for survival. They are killing people to survive, They are occupying communities to survive. They are destroying farmlands to survive. You see that this is two different laws in a state, in a country that's supposed to be practicing a secular state. So this is an opportunity for you as an Igbo man, as a Biafran, to understand that you are not welcomed in Nigeria. This is an opportunity for you to understand that if you have been waiting for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu before you can fight for it means that your freedom can never come. Because as long as they know that you are waiting for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, they can never release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Yes. The same thing applies to Mazi Simon Ekpanjoku. If the Nigerian government knows that you are waiting for Simon Ekpanjoku, they are not going to release him. That is something that a lot of people don't really understand. And I don't know where their senses are coming from. Because ordinarily, you should understand that your oppressor can never release the oppressed. It will only take the actions of the oppressed to make the oppressor to release them. So in this case, Biafra is a nation. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is the face. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu have taken us through processes of, knowledge, education, unification. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu have unified the Biafran people, educated us enough, and sent us into the world, sent us into the society to now make use of our education in order to support the freedom of our people. That is what is happening in this case. So when he was kidnapped, we have to continue from where he stopped. That is what Mazi Simon Ekpanjoku did. And when Simon Ekpa was also arrested, we have to continue from where he stopped and see where we are today. If we have stayed and waited for them to be out, by this moment, we will still be in Egypt. So I am using this medium, this opportunity, to call Biafrans all over the world to join hands, support the Biafran Republic government in exile under the acting Prime Minister Ogechukwu Nkere, support the Biafran Defense, support the Biafran Defense Council, support the Biafran Liberation Army. These are the people that are responsible for the protection, the safety that our Biafran people enjoy to today until tomorrow. Without them, we wouldn't be here. Without the Biafran Defense Forces, Biafra land would have been more worse than Benue, Borno, or Castina, as the case may be. If there are no Biafran Defense Forces in Biafra land, believe you me, the kidnapping of school children in the north would have been a child's play in Biafran territory, because the Nigerian government, the Fulani oligarchies, they see us as their stumbling block towards their march to the Atlantic Ocean. They see you as their impediment to the full implementation or full conquering of Nigeria into Islamic State. So if they had an opportunity of ravaging our territories like they are doing in Benue, the force, the velocity will be 1,000,000% compared to what is happening in other areas in that evil contraption called Nigeria. I will tell you, a whole village, they can come and hold a whole village ransom. They can wipe out the entire state. But because of the presence of the Biafran Defense Forces, whom the Biafran Republic government and the de facto government in the homeland are supporting to liberate our land out of terrorism, without their presence, believe you me, Biafra land would be worse hit today. But because of their presence, Biafra land is the safest place in that contraption called Nigeria, in the southeastern part. So this is the reason why we are calling on you, Biafrans, to come and support the Biafran Defense Forces. Support the Biafran Republic government in exile with your donations. With your donation. Because the Biafran Defense Forces are not protecting your land, your women and children with empty hands. They are not protecting them with just words of the mouth, or cutlasses, or machetes, no, or guns, no. We have to protect our land with the same measure, the same quality, the same quantity of machineries, of AK-47s, AK-49, RPGs, machine guns that these people are wielding when they go to communities to kill people. Because once you have what they have, they are going to be afraid of you. The reason why you see Benue State being ravaged or other states in the north being destroyed is because the people are helpless. The people do not have security outfits. They don't have people who are defending their land. But in Biafra land, we have the Biafran Defense Forces. It will be practically impossible for you to come to Biafra land and kidnap a whole school without the intervention of the Biafran Defense Forces. And this is why we are appealing to Biafrans. We have to support the Biafran Defense Forces. We have to give them the logistic that they need. They have to be equipped. They have to eat. These are expensive. We need money to execute and prosecute all these things in order to make sure that they are up and doing in the protection of our land, our women, and our children. And as well, the lobbying firm that are lobbying for the Biafra recognition in America, they are on monthly pay. They have to be paid. How do we source the money to pay them? Through donations that we make. Through donations that persons make, because we are not in control of the resources in our land. The Nigerian state are still in control of our natural resources. So we are resorting to the money that we pay. We do, just like today is Saturday. Today is Saturday, so we expect Biafrans to come en masse and donate for the liberation. And those in the homeland should donate for the liberation, while in diaspora we donate for the recognition. Today is our donation day, and we expect everybody to come on board and donate your AJ and AJMA to make sure that we continue to fortify and strengthen the security in Biafran territories. Very, very important. That we are also calling on celebrities, those who know that, regard themselves as celebrities in Biafra land. You have money, you have properties. We are calling on you as well to come on board and support the freedom of your people. If you are comfortable with Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's conviction, then no problem. If you are not comfortable with it, this is the time for you to come and support the Biafran Republic government in exile. You can also support us anonymously, in secret. After all, Nicodemus, the man who came to Jesus by night, secretly he came to God. You can as well come to the Biafran Republic government in exile in secret, and your information will remain in secret. Yes, you can donate anonymously. You can as well take opportunity and enroll into the IOU loan. You can embrace the IOU loan, where you can loan the government certain amount of money, and when Biafra is restored, the government will pay you back with 100% interest rate on it. A lot of incentives await you as a Biafran who supports your freedom. So today is another day. Let us, all of us, make it count. Very, very important. Very, very, very important. We have to continue to do the needful. We must continue to fight for our freedom. We must support our freedom. No matter what is happening, we know that the enemies are not sleeping. We know that the Nigerian government have marked $2.7 million in order to counter what the government and our lobbyists are doing in Washington, D.C. But we will not give them that opportunity to succeed. So this is the time. This is the time for everybody to come on board and support our freedom. This is the time to come on board and support our freedom. Very, very important. Very, very, very important. The Biafran Republic government in exile is the government that is solely responsible for the So today, Biafrans, you must come on board and support the freedom of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and the freedom of the Biafran nation. You saw what happened in the congressional briefing day before yesterday, where the issue of Nigeria was highlighted. This is as a result of the good work, the Biafran Republic government in Ezra have done. Our information minister, our acting prime minister, our lobbyists and our attorneys, they are not resting on their oars. We are doing everything humanly possible to make sure that the issue of Biafra is at the front burner in world politics, more importantly in America. And the whole social media is agog, have been Biafranized everywhere. Go to social media, Twitter, go to YouTube, or go to Facebook, or go to X. It is Nigeria, Nigeria, Biafra, Biafra, Biafra. Who is making it happen? Who made it possible? Is the Biafran Republic government in exile. And this is the reason why we expect you today to join us in the fundraising. 7 p.m. Biafran time. Very, very important. If you don't like the conviction of Nnamdi Kanu, then you have to join us, because the release of our leader will come on a very special way. Yes, it is the actions and activities that we, the Biafran people, embarked through the Biafran Republic government in exile, the lobbying effort of our lobbyists, our attorney, and the continued presence of our APM in Washington, D.C., that will be able to force Nigerian government to release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, as well as our Prime Minister, Mazi Simon Ekpa Njoku. We have a lot of tasks ahead of us, and there is finance is also very much involved. And that is why we are calling on you, Biafrans, please join us and fight for our freedom. Meanwhile, we are going to listen to the broadcast that was made yesterday by our information minister, the briefing, and our APM, Honorable Ogechukwu Nkere. So while you contemplate and while yourself for today's fundraising, be rest assured that Biafra will be restored in this 21st century. There is nothing anybody can do about it. Bear in mind that the unlawful detention, conviction of our leaders cannot stand. But what is going to free them from their various detention centers and facilities is the actions that we, the Biafran people, embark upon through our lobbying efforts and the actions of the Biafran Republic government in exile. Your contribution is very, very necessary as well, in order to some policies that will make American governments to speak about their release and ginger them to act so that they can be released in the nearest future. So this is what we need to do at this time. So we are going we will continue to do the right thing. We'll continue to support our government. We'll continue to donate to the Biafran Defense Forces. If you are in the homeland,
Instead of me to be upset that I was arrested, did I commit any crime? The answer is no. I committed no crime. I am fighting for the freedom of my people as contained in the constitution of the zoo called Nigeria. I did no wrong. That was what after 2 years they could not prove any case. They are still in court, they cannot prove any case. And people talk as if they are so moronic that an animal is better than them. They say I insult them. I insult you because you can't reason properly. I did nothing wrong. Calling for the establishment, or should I say the restoration of Biafra, is within provisions of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. It is very clear and straightforward. It's there. Go and check it yourself. And you're asking me to be happy instead of me to be upset that I was arrested. Did I commit any crime? Did I commit any crime? The answer is no. I committed no crime. I am fighting for the freedom of my people as contained in the Constitution of
our leader, Mazin Nandekano, committed no crime. He did not commit any crime. He is fighting for the freedom of his people. Our leader is fighting for the freedom of his people. So, and they say, let us kill him. He's asking you, did he commit any crime? So, Biafrans, join us on the studio. If you want to contribution, join us on the studio and make your contribution. Join us. Click on the link and join us.
I did no wrong. That was why after they could not prove any case. Even now, we are still in court. They cannot prove any case. And people talk as if they are so I did no wrong. That was why after 2 years they could prove any case. Even till now, we are still in court. They cannot prove any case. And people talk as if they are so moronic that an animal is better than them. They say I insult them. I insult you because you can't reason properly. I did nothing wrong. Playing for the establishment, or should I say the restoration of Biafra, is within provisions of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. It is very clear and straightforward. It's there. Go and check it. You're asking me to be happy instead of me to be upset that I was arrested. Did I commit any crime? The answer is no. I committed no crime. I am fighting for the freedom of my people as contained in the Constitution of the so-called Nigeria. I did no wrong. That was why after 2 years they could not prove any case. Even till we are still in court, they cannot prove any case. And people talk as if they are so moronic that an animal is better than them. They say I insult them. I insult you because you can't reason properly. I have nothing wrong. Calling for the establishment, or should I say the restoration of Biafra, is within provisions of the Constitution of the Federal Republic. It is very clear and straightforward. It's there. Go and check it yourself. And you're asking me to be happy instead of me to be upset that I was arrested. Did I commit any crime? Did I commit any crime? The answer is no. I committed no crime. I am fighting for the freedom of my people contained in the Constitution of the so-called Nigeria. I did no wrong. That was why 2 years they could not prove any case. Even till now, we are still in court. They cannot prove any case. And people talk as if they are so moronic that an animal is better than them. They say I insult them. I insult you because you can't reason properly. I did not. Calling for the establishment, or should I say the restoration of Biafra, is within provisions of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. It is very clear and straightforward. It's there. Go and check it yourself. And you're asking me to be happy instead of me to be upset that I was arrested. Did I commit any crime? Did I commit any crime? The answer is no. I committed no crime. I am fighting for the freedom of my people as contained in the constitution of the so-called. I did no wrong. That was why after 2 years they could not prove any case. Even till now, they're still in court. They cannot prove any case. And people talk as if they are so moronic that an animal is better than them. They say I insult them. I insult you because you can't reason properly. They did nothing wrong. Calling the establishment, or should I say the restoration of Biafra, that an animal is better than them. They say I insult them. I insult you because you can't. Of the so-called
The enemies
of the
were kidnapped by.
That was why after 2 years they could not prove a case. Even till now, we are still in court. They cannot prove it. And people talk as if they are so moronic that an animal is better than them. I insult them. I insult you because you can't reason. I did nothing wrong. Calling for the establishment, or should I say the restoration of Biafra, is within visions of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. It is very clear and straightforward. It's there. Go and check it yourself. And you're asking me to be happy instead of me to be upset that I was arrested. Did I commit any crime? Did I commit any crime? The answer is no. I committed no crime. I am fighting for the freedom of my people as contained in the Constitution of the soul. I did no wrong. That was why after 2 years they couldn't case. Even till now, we are still in court. They cannot prove any case. And people talk as if they're so moronic that an animal is better than them. They say I insult them. I insult you because reason properly. I did nothing wrong. Calling for the establishment, or should I say the restoration of Biafra, is within provisions of the Constitution of Nigeria. It is very clear and straightforward. It's there. Check it yourself. And you're asking me to be happy instead of me to be upset that I was.
Thank you to everyone, and you're all welcome back.
They could not prove any case. Even till now, we are still in court. They cannot prove any case. And people talk as if they are so moronic that an animal is better than them. They say I insult them. I insult you because you can't reason properly. I did not.
Hiding from them before he became the governor. Why? Because yes, in
the Constitution, they say I insult them. I insult you with reason properly. I did nothing wrong. Calling for the establishment, or should I say the restoration of Biafra, is within visions of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. It is very straightforward. It's there. Go and check it yourself. You're asking me to be happy, not me to be upset that I was.
Thank you to everyone, and you're all welcome back. We salute our leaders that are in prison, who have paid the highest of price for Biafra, and our defense forces who are fighting every day in the homeland to see that our babies
women and children are not butchered on daily, and that we don't run from our lands. Today, over 200 babies, children, were kidnapped by the Fulani terrorists. It did not happen in Biafra land. It happened in Niger State. We news from Niger State and Kwara. Why don't you hear it happening in Biafra land? It is because of the existence of this man on the screen. Because this is the man that saw tomorrow. This is the man that saw today. This is the man that God projected to tell the entire people of what is to come after them. We are not battered, we are not perplexed, and our spirits are not down by the pronouncement of imprisonment of our supreme leader by one Nigerian terrorist government. No! The fire in us is rekindling. It is giving us more strength to understand that what we have been fighting for has been legitimate. Yes. If your spirit has been down since you heard that one refused to release our leader, please go and get a cup of whiskey, and get a cup of NSC, go and get a cup of wine, whether white, sparkling, and champagne. Bust it and drink to your happiness, because Biafra is here. Yes. Every freedom fighter, every great leader of freedom fighters, they have all been called terrorists. Nelson Mandela was a terrorist. I think I really need to bring that video where our supreme leader himself was telling you, if you're fighting for Biafra independence and you have not been imprisoned, they don't sentence you to life imprisonment. They don't call you a terrorist for life. They don't call you a rebel. And that means not touch the enemies that you are fighting on their blockhouse. When one Nigerian terrorist pronounced death sentence to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, they were pronouncing death sentence to Biafra independence. The moment they pronounced life imprisonment, they were pronouncing life imprisonment for Biafra, thereby violating Biafra independence, thereby making it a global discourse, thereby making it known to everybody internationally. One of the know, for them to get to understand that there is a Biafra independence that is on the table, which are not aware of. Yes, because now the US lawmakers now have the boldness to pronounce the Biafra independence leaders' imprisonment inside the US Congress, where they are discussing and having every deliberation about the decisions of the war. Are you surprised or are you shocked?
Did I commit any crime? Did I commit any crime? The answer is no. I committed no crime. I am the freedom of my people as contained in the constitution of the so-called Nigeria. I did no wrong. That was why after 2 years they could not prove, even till now, we are still in court. They cannot. And people talk as if they're moronic.
Yes, they talk as if they are ironic because they don't understand what freedom fighting is all about. Our supreme leader was kidnapped in Kenya to stop Biafra. He was not kidnapped in Kenya to make Biafra to go forward. It was to stop the Biafra independence. Before somebody spends millions and trillions to go all the way to Kenya to kidnap your leader, you should ask the question, why do they have to spend so much money to go and kidnap our leader all the way in Kenya? You should know that Biafra is very important. You should know that they want to stop Biafra and end it with everything that they have. That is why they were ready to spend any amount of money. Do you understand the point? That is why they were also able to use some of you, many of you Biafrans, yes, to play the role handing Onyendo out and to play the role of leaking his information and his stay and his whereabouts out to the Nigerian terrorist government. For them to know the day he enter Kenya, he will go out, where he will move to and where he will not move to, where he was presumed to have meeting or to meet with people. Play the role also. They had to pay some of you to buy you off so that this can be done. So you need to understand that kidnapping Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was to stop Biafra independence. But after they did that, they now later project Biafra independence to the next level. Yes, our prime minister here, you all called him all manners of names, and he told you, it is only in Biafra land that people are not running away from their ancestral lands. In Niger State, they are running away. In State, they are running away. In Zamfara State, they are running away. In Plateau State, they are running away. In Kano, Kaduna, they are running away. But it is only in land that people are not running away from ancestral land and handing it over to Boko Haram terrorists. Why? Because of the existence of Biafra Defense Forces. Volunteer army of Biafra who have taken it upon themselves to stand and defend their motherland so that our babies of over 200 will not be kidnapped in their schools, just like they did in Niger and in Kwara State earlier this morning. What do you understand when you went to your phone to check and get a message, and then do you hear that, your baby children that went to school in the morning, we shoot them off, that Boko have kidnapped them in their schools after they dropped them off. There are parents that have 4 and 5 children in that very school. Boko Haram terrorists have kidnapped them. Now, the ones that were kidnapped at school, over 25 before, not released. The ones that were kidnapped before yesterday in another church, those ones were not released. The ones that have been kidnapped today again, over 200, those ones have not been released. How many numbers are that? The number is going up to 400. Within how many days? Within 72 hours. Within 72 hours. But Biafra independence is the problem of one Nigeria, because they see you as the only one that brings the terrorists from coming to kidnap babies, women, and children. The only one that is blocking them and stopping them away. So that is why they had to so much money to go to Kenya to kidnap him. If they spend so much money to go to Kenya to kidnap him, did they kidnap him to come and keep and be looking your face, or they kidnap him to kill him? Were you not aware that they beat to stupor for over 10 days and he passed out until God brought back life into him? Then it was dragged him to Nigeria. You heard when the media aide of Buhari said, our plan was to eliminate Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in Kenya. But we had a second thought and said, let us just bring him, spare his life and bring him to Nigeria so that Biafra people will see him. Are you getting the point? So it was to eliminate him and then Biafra will now go off. Some of you believe that without Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, that you will not have to speak for Biafra. You forgot that he has sacrificed and educated you for years. So they see that when they take Mazi Nnamdi Kanu out, they will cut off all of you. You will not be able to speak with the boldness for Biafra again. No, it shouldn't be so. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has educated us for years. Now that they have kidnapped him, now they have locked him up. Listen, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, for the past 4 years that they kidnapped him and put him in Nigeria, he has been imprisoned. Yes. That has been life imprisonment as well. Different. This is what you need to understand. He has been in prison for the past 4 years. So it's still the same thing. So what you need to do for him to see and understand that there are people that are fighting for this cause which he started is for you all his legacy and tenacity. It's for you to come and support the BDF and support GIA. From 2002 coming down to 2025, I want to ask everybody, has terrorists not been killing people in Nigeria since 2002 coming down to 2025? Has Boko Haram terrorists not been killing people in Nigeria? It's a question that all of you need to answer. Since 2002 to 2025, has Boko Haram terrorists not been killing Christians and Muslims and everyone in Nigeria? It's a question to ask you. And if I wait for the answer, many of you would yes, in killing people from 2002 to 2025, and they are killing today. So now, what is the difference? And why is it that they have been killing people from 2002 to 2025, and you have not seen nobody tomorrow, and you have not seen nobody held them accountable? Your politicians have not been able to hold them accountable. Your governors have not been able to hold them accountable. Your ministers have not been able to hold them accountable. Your pastors have not been able to hold them accountable. Not been able to. The police, the Air Force, the army, nobody have been able, because the oligarchies infiltrated the government with these terrorists, and they became part and parcel of it. So you can't want to talk, they will take you out. That is why the journalists were unable to speak about it. They sanctioned them not to publish it to the international media. The Nigerians sanctioned their media houses. Then they also sanctioned all your governors. That is why you can see a governor of Benue, a sitting governor of Benue today, coming out to do live press briefing on television, lying to the entire world that there is no Christian genocide in Benue. Sitting governor of Benue State, because of the oath he took to protect Nigeria terrorist scheme. But he was a pastor, or he was a bishop, or is a bishop, all the congregational members dying. You can see videos and messages where he said before he became the governor, he said that there is Christian genocide. After becoming the governor, he has signed a memorandum of understanding that he will shut up and not speak and will lie against Christian genocide. He is now telling people that there is no Christian genocide in Benue State. But you are all burying your brothers and sisters in Benue State every day. You are all running away from your homes. Some of you are running to Cameroon. But Biafrans are not running away from their houses, their homes to Cameroon. They are comfortably staying in their homes. What is making them comfortable to stay in their homes is because of the existence of Mazen Amdekano that is here. It's because of the existence of the Biafra Defense Forces that are alive and defending Biafra land and pushing away the terrorists. The same terrorists that are massacring people in the far north that are supposed to come and massacre in Biafra land, defense forces are stopping them. Because of the existence of our Prime Minister, who sacrificed his life to continue the legacy of this Biafra from where our Supreme Leader stopped when he was killed. Because of our APM, who has taken it upon himself, legacy of this BRGIE, from where our Prime Minister stopped when he was in prison. Can you see how it is going? So, if you did not run into the bush to go and sleep when our Supreme Leader was kidnapped in Kenya, and then we came out calling us autopilot, trained from autopilot till we entered into a government. Today, that we can speak anywhere and nobody will point gun on our head. This is not time for you to run into the bush. This is time for you to come out more boldly. For many of you that were hiding away to participate in what we are doing, it is time you come out and support BRGI, because you speak, you don't speak, you will still die. You speak, you die. You don't speak, they will still imprison you. Yeah. So it's better you die speaking for the freedom of your people. Mazen Amdekano is in prison because of all of us. It is time that we all join hands and form BDF and BRGI to give one Nigeria to that they deserve. I was saying something. I said from 2002 to 25, Boko Haram terrorists have been massacring and killing Christian people in Nigeria. Nobody have been able to hold Haram terrorists accountable for anything. Instead, the government are supporting them. But it is only BIE that just came to be from 2023. And they now got a lobbyist from 2024, July. And July of 2024, November of 2025 is how many months? When you calculate it, you will see that it is approximately. BRGIE came out boldly to go and tell American government has been hiding from them for over 20 years. Yes. Pastors, since your bishops, since your politicians could not go to tell it because they are afraid of their pocket, they are afraid of their lives, BRGIE were not afraid. The spirit that is born in Amdekano is the spirit of BRGIE. The spirit that is born in Mazen Amdekano is the spirit of BRGIE that entered Congress and gave a life testimony in that briefing. They told the world of what Nigerian terrorists have been doing to everybody. Yes. This congressional was held on the 18th of September 2025. Is a must talk about and understood, because this is the secrecy of Nigeria that everybody in the world now understands, that there has been over 150,000 slaughtered Christians massacred in Nigeria since 2002, and nobody was talking about it. And then within 3 days now, over 100 babies and children have been kidnapped in their schools. And it is not happening in Biafra land. That is the question you should ask yourself. Why is this kidnapping? Why is this slaughter? Why is this massacre not happening in Biafra land? The same Biafra land where they say Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is the leader of Biafra, that is causing problem in Nigeria, and then they say they are imprisoning him. Why is this over 300 that have been kidnapped in their schools? Why is it not happening in Biafra land? It is not happening in Biafra land because Biafra people have an army. Biafra people have an army that is defending their babies, their women and children. Yes. The congressional briefing exposed Nigeria and put the nyash bare. So they cannot contend with it. So do not expect as a Biafran, your leader will be given fan to fan himself. Except if after Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was kidnapped, we all went back to our normal businesses. We did not do anything. Held the work that he started. Just like LAND.WE. Just like Nigeria, all those groups, what are they doing? What have they been doing? What are they doing with the money that they are making? What are they contributing for, and what have they been doing? Nothing. They now align with Nigeria. BGI that have been giving Nigeria woto since Onyendu was kidnapped. IPOB Nigeria, BRGI, and fighting them every day. And I am going to bring some, because I just saw what is the name? The Jezebel, what is the name again? Please make una remind me this Jezebel name. This Jezebel name, the one that claims to be the wife of our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. What is the name again? Make una Uchechi Grace. Uchechi Disgrace. That is the name that fit her. Uchechi Disgrace. Uchechi Disgrace. Uchechi Kanu. Many of you have become a very disgrace, honestly. Many of you have become a very big disgrace. Very big disgrace. Uchechi Kanu, you were fighting Simon Ekpa. You were fighting BRGIE. Even if we have taken Mazi Kanu's case to the American government, we have written petition and even given testimony. The evidences are everywhere of what we did and submitted to the US government to intervene and to know about what Nigeria is doing against Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Uchechi the idiot. Yes. Uchechi the low life. Uchechi the useless being. You have seen all this evidence in the media. But what did you do? You even came out publicly to come and start attacking. You came to come and start attacking our lobbyists. The lobbies that is working and submitting documents in Washington, D.C. to the release of your husband. What did you do? You came out to come and start fighting him and attacking him. Can you see how useless you are? Because I want to bring the rubbish that I saw you write today to the screen before I continue dealing with your idiosyncrasy. Because some of your sicknesses stinks. Yes, honestly. Some of the problems some of you have in your brains stinks. And I don't know how or when we will deliver all of you. Yes, I don't know when. The same Uchechi is the person that joined hands with Kanunta. Uchechi joined hands with Kanunta Kanu They wrote letter. They wrote letter and they used Bruce Fein. What was the content of your letters? The content of your letters were about Simon Ekpa and Biafra Republic government in exile. You people write the letter. Uchechi, it is a very big shame that you, who claims to be the wife of our supreme leader, happen to fight everyone that is fighting for the release of your same acclaimed husband. You claim that is your husband. Everybody that have made effort fighting and submitting petitions to see to the release of your husband, you are fighting them to the point that you started with our prime minister. You took part in writing a fake letter with the name of your husband. You use the name of your husband to write the letter. You use the name of Martin Nnamdi Kanu to write this nonsense letter. You impersonated your husband. You lied in that letter that he is the one that endorsed this letter for you people to write against BRGI, to state European president that BRGI is a criminal entity, that is a fraudulent entity, that BRGI has nothing to do with Biafra. The same BRGI that is submitting petition to US Congress for your husband to be released. You write a letter and you told Bruce to be the one to write the letter. Uche, this is what you did. Today, I see that you're writing nonsense on social media and say, oh, the people that see my husband, I hear that my husband has been transferred to Sokoto prison. And then the people that went to see him did not come back to give communication. Give you which communication? That they went to the social media to break the news. And then you are threatening them. Oh, you have power to threaten Maxwell and Barrister Nnemeka Ejiofor. It's the same power that you use to write this letter, and you use the name of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. You, Uchechi, Kanunta, Chika Edoziem, Bruce Fein, Emmanuel Kanu, Chinasa Nworu, Caro White Ejiofor. You people wrote letter to European Commission, European President, Gongo. You petitioned the European President. And you were very bold and courageous to now bring the letter to come and show us and say, yes, this is what you did that contributed to the massacre or to the kidnap of and to the imprisonment of Prime Minister Simon Ekpa. Oh my God. You see, this is why we say Nigerian terrorist government don't succeed in kidnapping any of our leaders or succeed in betraying or getting a way of destroying without using some of you. Uchechi Kanu, Uchechi Akbakara chewing gum. You're writing nonsense today. Simon Ekpa was the Prime Minister of Biafra Republic government in exile. When you wrote this letter to European president to kill him, you said they should ostracize him. Every Biafra Republic government in exile members, that they are not fighting for Biafra, they don't have anything to do with Biafra. They are aliens. Let me read the letter so that those that did not see it will see. They say, President von der Leyen, this is a European president, as international council and spokesman for Nnamdi Kanu, leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, seeking vindication of the law determination for Biafra, for Biafrans through peaceful means. I wish to call an urgent message from Mr. Kanu, regarding a bogus Fox Biafra Republic government in exile. This group of opportunists is neither Biafra, oh my God, nor a republic, nor a government. They are fraudsters and should be ostracized. Did you hear that? So every Biafran that is supporting Biafra Republic government in exile, calling for the release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, calling for Biafra independence, of them should be ostracized. They should be repatriated out of that country of residence. They should be sent away because Nnamdi Kanu is telling them that we are criminals, we are fraudsters. Mind you, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu did not do this. So it is Uchechi and Kanunta and Emmanuel Kanu and Ofo and Chika Idoziem and China Sanworu and Bruce Fenn that did this. They used Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's name to do it. And that one day inside prison, he does not know what they have used his name to do. And Kanunta now had the boldness to bring this letter out in this month of October. It was in this month of October. This is the reason why they blocked my Twitter account. Because when he brought out, the next thing he did was to do what? The next thing he did was for him to go and change the profile photo of Nnamdi Kanu. And then I challenged him in a tweet. When I challenged him in a tweet, that is how I wanted my account to block it. Uchechi Kanu, today, you are shedding crocodile tears. You are worse than even Nigerian government. Yes. And the letter continued to read, Nnamdi Kanu and the people of Biafra disown these, what did they say? Is it 10 chunks or merchandise representing only themselves? Person, organization, or government that communicate or transact business with them though at their own risks and expense. Nnamdi Kanu's Biafra shall not be accountable in any respect. You say Nnamdi Kanu, you think that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu owns Biafra. Now we are the one working to see Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is released because he is the eye and the face of Biafra as a Biafra. If he is there inside detention and then you're not doing anything, how can you get him out? You were not doing anything. The only person in something is BRGIE. And you go and write letter, use Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's name and say that BRGIE are criminals. They are no Biafrans. Okay, so we are not Biafrans, we are Fulani now. So only Uchechi Kanu, Kanunta Kanu, Chika Idoziem, Bruce Fenn, Emmanuel Fineboy, Ejiofor, Chika Idoziem, and IPOB Nigeria, they are the people that claim to be Biafra. We are Fulani. Abi? And they say Mr. Kanu will labor for as long required for a sovereign Biafra and marked by peace, justice, and order. You said Kanu will labor for as long as required. So why are you now in your letter which you wrote to EU? You said that Nnamdi Kanu will suffer for Biafra for as long as it is required. That is the context and the meaning of what you wrote here. So if Nnamdi Kanu is to get Biafra, he needs to suffer till he die in prison. That is what you are clapping for. You are saying. So now that Nnamdi Kanu is imprisoned, why are you now crying? You wrote in your letter that Nnamdi Kanu will continue to labor for Biafra as long as required for a sovereign Biafra. Why is it now that he is now continuing to labor and he is now transferred from one prison to another? You are now coming to cry. When you people want to sabotage Biafra, you do it with agility. See Bianca Ojukwu. Bianca Ojukwu is also part of this letter that was written here. Yes. Bianca Ojukwu was part of this letter. What's the name? Uche Chikano was part of the letter. Chinas Anworu was part of the letter. Ejiofor was part of the letter. Bruce Fenn was part of the letter. Chika Idozien was part of the letter. Canon Takano was part of the letter. Emmanuel was part of the letter. These are the people that dread and put this together to submit against Biafra government in exile. So they decided to align with Nigerian government to see that they destroy Biafra Republic in exile. The same Biafra Republic government in exile that is working to make noise to cripple Nigeria in Washington, D.C. of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, because of them trying to stop Biafra. The same Biafra Republic government in Israel that carries the cross on their head, that carries the sacrifice to make sure that we make Nigeria to pay for the kidnap of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. It is the same Biafra Republic government in Israel that you now go writing nonsense. All of you came together, you wrote nonsense. You wrote this nonsense and put them to. You align with Nigeria and give evidence, testify in court in Finland against Biafra. All testify in court against Biafra in Nigeria. Oh my. So, Uchechi Akpakara Chinkom, you said that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in this, since Biafra Republic government in Israel, they are Fulani, you see your husband, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, that they will continue to suffer for Biafra for as long as the time is given. Now, the time is given. Yes. Is in prison now, moved from one prison to another, is part of as long as he has to fight for Biafra. That is the essence of fighting for Biafra independence. What are you now crying and what are you saying? Don't you understand the implications or the meaning of the phrase that you use in your... Oh, you think that it is about drafting grammar? You write on grammar in a paper. You write and finish, you push them to social media. Okay. You don't sit down to read word by word, phrase by phrase, sentence by sentence, line by line, to be able to understand the meaning. Yes, Biafra Republic government in Israel have been the one fighting for the release of your husband, our supreme leader. You yourself, you were not fighting. Your husband or in-laws, your in-laws, they were not fighting. They were only fighting a public government that are fighting to the release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. And we're not stopping fighting for our leader, because he is not fighting for people like you useless and selfish people. He's fighting for people like us in our heart and understands the reason of freedom and Biafra independence. So after you wrote this Uche Chikano to European president in Europe for them to kill Biafra Republic and all Biafrans, all Biafrans, thing to do with Biafra Republic government in Europe, because your message could only effect in Europe. Yes. It could not yield effect in America. Yes, because European Commission cannot decide what happened in America. It is only even America that decides what happened in their life. Yes, that is why I continue to regret of us not to have had the convention that we had in Finland in America. If we had those two conventions in America, they were limit now. You see, we have only gotten opportunity after convention to testify in Congress against Nigeria in the congressional briefing. And then we submitted a congressional testimony that contains all the grievances of Biafra Republic government in Israel and the Christians massacred in Nigeria to the US Congress. Then we submitted a proposed deal of what America stands to gain and what we need in political support for them to give us their support. Then these are the three significant things that we have done just within few months. And then you can see the result that is coming out. You see that is coming out from the Nigerian terrorist enclave. Now, what if we done the convention in Finland? What do you expect would have been the result? Where do you think our height would have been now? Where do you think our height would have been? If we only spoke once inside the US Congress, then we are getting results. Where do you think we would have been? You see the cry that is coming out from the Nigerian terrorist enclave. Now, what if we had done the convention in Finland? What do you expect would have been the result? Where do you think our height would have been now? Where do you think our height would have been? If we only spoke once inside the US Congress, and then we are getting results, where do you think we would have been if we had the two conventions that we held in Finland in Washington, D.C.? Oh, the sky would have been our limit. So, Uchechi Kanu, I don't know why you're crying. After you are the person that led the delegation to the EU president to destroy Biafra Republic government in Israel. So we don't need those crocodile tears because it doesn't take us to anywhere. Rather, what you should be thinking of is what can you do to correct the wrongs that you have committed? What can you do to correct the wrongs that you have caused? What can you do to undo the evil that you have done to your own very husband? Yes, because you played a very vital role in destroying the image of your husband. For you to use his name to write letter to EU Commission to implicate him of what he did not do, you don't know how these have created distrust. You don't know what these have caused. Because the Nnamdi Kanu that we know will not sit down and see those that are standing up to fight for his freedom and then will say they should go and kill those people. But this is what you, Uchechi, because of your selfish interest, did. Tompolo was not IPOB member. Tompolo was not supporting Biafra in any way. The group of the Niger Delta Avengers, or the militant group that stood up and stormed Nigerian government and demanded the release of Nnamdi Kanu, when all of you like Uchechi now, Chinas and Woru, and all the Nigerian politicians had sold him out. The group of people that stood up to storm Nigerian government and gave them ultimatum that you must release Nnamdi Kanu, we block all the vessels and the oil wells. Were they IPOB members? No, they were never IPOB members. They were never Biafra Republic government in exile members. So you want to tell me that when somebody wakes up now and then see what he has to do to support the government of Biafra for us to move forward, because of your selfish and hatred that you have against that person, so because you don't want Biafra to be, you will now go and become a stumble block. Ask the question, why are you not seeing Tompolo? Why are you not seeing Lo in this very dispensation stand up and say he is to ask for the release of Martin Nnamdi Kanu? Tell me now, tell me. When they wanted to kill Martin Nnamdi Kanu the last time, he stormed to release Martin Nnamdi Kanu. And after he did it successfully, what did you do? Tompolo and his men stormed Nigerian government to release Martin Nnamdi Kanu the last time, right? And before Martin Nnamdi Kanu was picked up by Nigerian government, which people like you, the wife of Martin Nnamdi Kanu, Chinasa Nworu, the politicians that we have, who have all shut up now. Some of you don't know what is happening. I'm coming to them. Oh, wait. Chinasa Nworu, Kanonta, all of you, Ejiofor, you people are the ones that handed him over to Nigerian government. Tompolo has not spoken again now. Why? Because Tompolo has seen that some of you want to use Martin Nnamdi Kanu to enrich yourselves. Yes. He came to the release and the rescue of Martin Nnamdi Kanu the last time. And then he had expected that all of you will give Martin Nnamdi Kanu the support for Biafra to come. Instead, all of you were furious and angry with Tompolo because he intervened to the release of Martin Nnamdi Kanu. How did you pay him back? No, he did not pay him back anything. He did not even appreciate what he did. Instead, all of you were coming to always nail him on the cross. So it's like he came and sacrificed his time and energy to storm Nigerian government to release Kanu the last time. And you people were so angry with him and disappointed that he did not allow Nigerian terrorists to kill him and to stop Biafra. This time, do you see how the kidnap of Martin Nnamdi Kanu work again? Did you see all the people that are involved? Did you see that it is all the politicians in Biafra land that are the main people that played the role? And also his family members that played the role. So after you play a role, and go ahead to stop Biafra Republic government in Israel from doing what they are doing to attack Nigerian government to release Nnamdi Kanu and to also feel the pain of kidnapping him. You people now stand up and be doing nonsense. Oh, you are now expecting Tompolo again to leave what he's doing to come and sing for release of Martin Nnamdi Kanu again, because you people have made Biafra to become a very weak concentration point. Yes, that is why BRGI have come to make a difference. That is why as you are crying, we don't look your faces. That is why we've been pressing the button in Washington, D.C. Boko Haram terrorists have been killing all of you since 2002, coming down to this very day. None of you have been able to do anything in Washington, D.C. to drag Nigeria to Washington, D.C. to make a difference. None of you have been able to raise a volunteer army to storm Nigerian terrorist government. But BRGIA did. BRGIA raised a volunteer army who is storming Nigerian terrorist government from not coming to massacre our babies' homes and also kidnapping them in our schools, just like they kidnapped over 200 early this morning from the school in Niger State. Are you listening? It is only BRGIA within the period of only 1 year, that have taken the Christian genocide, the massacre of baby, women, and children in Nigeria to the U.S. government. But for over 20-something years, all of you that claim to have been fighting for Biafra, you pay so much money. I was analyzing how much money they were paying to lobbies here the day before yesterday. We're seeing 700 and something. You were seeing $80-something thousand monthly, but there was no result to show for it. But we have not paid money to the lobbies we have now. But you see the result. You see how Nigerian government are crying now because there is in town a good management in town, a good manager in town who is touching them where it is hurting them. So every Biafran should know at this point and do what? Bring all your energy and power to BRGI. Come and throw in all your support. Tomorrow is fundraising. Yes. And on Sunday is the regional town hall meeting, the central region. I want all of it have been stood on defense. Stop claiming IPOB when you are not supporting Biafra Republic Government in Exile. What you have that is legitimate and authentic is BRGIA. That is the one speaking for you in international community. That is the one that is speaking for you in the homeland through the Biafra Defense Forces. That is the one that is speaking for you in the homeland through the Biafra de facto government in the homeland. That is the only one that is speaking for you in Europe. That's the only one in UK. That's the only one speaking for you in the entire world. And we have a very strong seat in Washington, D.C. That is why you see Nigerian government crying everywhere because of Biafra Republic government in exile. Because of what Okenkere is doing. With all the pictures that they see, they were calling it mere pictures before. But now they have seen that mere pictures have become
The same. So
they have seen that mere pictures have become powerful engine. And these pictures that they said it is just pictures before become turmoil. Turmoil. Yes. If you're not aware, yesterday in the U.S. Congress, where they were having over 3 hours of deliberation about how Nigeria massacres babies, women, and children. This is U.S. congressman. This is the U.S. congressman that brought Mazen Nnamdi Kanu's matter in the U.S. Congress yesterday. This very man that you see here, congressman, former chairman of the House of Foreign Affairs for Africa Committee. He's a former chairman. Now, this is Congressman James, Rep. John James. This is the man here. So, presenting this booklet of Biafra to him in this picture, he's not just to look at it as a pictorial view. No. It is to see and understand what is embedded inside that book. He has read it, and several engagements that APM and our lobbies have engaged them, have given them more insight on what they know. Yes. And that is how he was able to understand that since 2022, the Nigerian terrorist government has, their court has said, release Nnamdi Kanu. The UN arbitrary group said, Kanu, they refused. Then in 2025, every Nigerian had protested in the street and said, release Nnamdi Kanu, since you are negotiating with Boko Haram terrorists. Really, that is what this US lawmaker was telling the US Congress yesterday. And that before he joined this Congress meeting yesterday, that he has seen that Nigeria opened their mouth to pronounce that they are sending Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to and before they were contemplating of sending him to death. Later they came back and said, oh, let us do life in prison. That is what man was explaining to you yesterday inside the Congress room. If the Federal Republic government in Israel did not educate him to be of the know, to now carry the message to the Congress room where everybody were there, how will the US government know that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was kidnapped by the Nigerian government? And that this has happened and this has happened. He made you to understand that he is also a product of the Christian genocide that is happening. Yes, that is the Christian genocide that is. Biafrans are predominantly Christians. Yes. So when you hear of Christian genocide in Nigeria, it is Biafrans that we are talking about. Tribes and regions that are Christians. So Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is one product of the Christian genocide. Mazi Kanu is one evidence of the genocide because he opened his mouth to expose this terrorism, to take your lines, your life. Other tribes and regions that are Christians. So Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is one product of the Christian genocide. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is one evidence of the Christian genocide because he to expose these terrorists that are coming to take your lives, your women and children and kidnap. He told you, he said, they will come for your women, babies. They will kidnap all of you. Let me see if I can bring that video. He said, you will all run out of your homes. Yes. Listen to this.
ISIS will enter Chad unless and newspaper. As I told you before, anything you hear on Radio Biafra is correct. I told you on this platform will come for you. You see, let me tell you one thing that people straight. I forgive some of you because in your schools in the zoo they don't teach you anything. I want some people to actually go and sit down and study the history of Islam. Islam is the religion that has never stopped growing. Islam is the only religion that has never stopped expanding through militancy and war. Others have stopped, only Islam. Christianity is on convincing people, telling them about the message of hope and restoration of Yahweh Yeshua. Of course, immensely corrupted, that we know for sure. But Islam believes in expanding through war. And that war is now, I must be put on record.
That war is coming. Is the war not here? That war is coming and the war here already. That war is coming and the war is already. Point. Listen,
and Uchemefo, I record this very broadcast and play it all the time for our people to also understand and listen. And I will say it tonight. And if you come to me in the future, I'll refer you to the broadcast of the 8th of June 2015. And that I made this very comment I'm about to make now at precisely 10:08 p.m. in the evening.
8th of June 2015. 8th of June 2015. Huh. I told you that they have been massacring all of you in Nigeria since 2002. He was able to take the reality of the issue to Washington, D.C. Because when you rise up to fight yourselves in Nigeria, they will shut you down. Autumn of Benue State, he formed a vigilante group. After his in Benue State were massacred on daily basis, he formed groups so that they can be able to confront the terrorists. And then he went to Nigerian government and said, please, you people should approve armed license so that this volunteer army in my state can be able to protect their babies, men, and children from the terrorists. Nigerian terrorist government said no, they cannot give him. So they disarmed. They even went to disarm every cock gun, any kind of gun that of Benue had in their homes. They went and took everything away. But they do what? They continue to harm the terrorists on daily. They continue to pay them and give them contract on daily basis, so that they have more money to acquire weapons to come and kill you in your homes. Are you getting the point? Your only hope is Biafra Defense Forces. That is why they imprisoned Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. It doesn't move us. You know why? Because he is there for a just cause. You have to imprison him because he is our leader, our freedom fighter, our only prophet. I saw tomorrow the man that is telling you what he can tell you. He is there sacrificing his life. These women and children are safe. Yes, because he opened our eyes and we all woke up and we now had ourselves volunteering to become volunteer army of Biafra land. If these men and women you see here in this picture did not volunteer army of Biafra and to be defending our land so that babies, women, and children will not be kidnapped, they will be not caught them in their sleeps, they will not run away from their homes, all of them will not be kidnapped. If they did not do so, today, the dead bodies you would have been packing in Biafra land would have been over 1,000 daily. Listen.
If ISIS comes down into the zoo, of course, they're part of Boko Haram anyway. If they fought, not if they, because they are forged an alliance, if they launch any attack with the name of ISIS on this soil, if you come to us to give us weapons, I will decline it. I will allow them to kill all of you before we mount any counteroffensive. Let me tell you, some of you
Onyendu are already killing them now. Some of them are saying you are in prison, but are the ones dying by the sword every day. Yes. Between Onyendu, who is class freedom fighter, the world leader of Biafra independence. Between Onyendu and all of you that are making noise everywhere there in Nigeria, who is safer? The person that opened your eyes and let you know that these terrorists are coming. And then those that listened to his message, they anticipated security measures. Yes, they anticipated security measures. And those are the security measures and the defense mechanism that we are using today. Let me look for the publication of today, where you see, they say over 200 babies, children, were abducted in St. Mary School. It did not happen in Biafra land. Who are you to enter, to come and abduct over 200 in Biafra land. It will sound as if Biafra Defense Forces, you did not hear their names. Because the effectiveness of Biafra Defense Forces since 2023 that they were unveiled in Helsinki has become the end of Boko Haram terrorists in Biafra land. That is why the people you now see now parading themselves as the real Boko Haram terrorists are not even the foot soldiers terrorists that you see in the north. What you see are the ones that they have given them uniform. They wear uniform like Nigerian Army, Nigerian Air Force, Nigerian Police, Nigerian Navy. They now deploy them. They call some of them special forces. They send them to Biafra land. Because we have so much to eliminate those ones that come out in their ragtag uniforms to kill Biafrans. Every terrorist that enters Biafra land must collect. Yes. We don't have prisons to keep terrorists who come to kill our babies, women. We don't have rehabilitation center for them. The only place we have to them is to hand them over to God, and God will go and do the judgment. We don't negotiate with terrorists. A terrorist comes to kill and to maim and to rape your women and children, to slaughter and slice them into pieces like onions. But what we do, Biafra Defense Forces do, what Biafra Volunteer Army in the homeland, who have upon themselves to defend Biafra babies, women, and children, is to see that we deal with the terrorists and save the lives of our babies, women, and children. That is why many of you in Biafra have not even taken Biafra Defense Forces serious, or taken the Biafra Republic government in exile serious, or the Biafra de facto government in the homelands, because Biafra Defense Forces have blocked the entrance of the Boko Haram terrorists to come in to Biafra land. Yes, they have blocked that entrance. So everybody in Biafra land has comfortably. They don't feel or hear Boko Haram terrorists kidnapping them or ransacking their land or cutting their heads off, because there are Biafra Defense Forces who are sacrificing their lives daily to see the Biafra gate is defended. The terrorists don't flush in. So because of that, are sacrificing. So some of you now are just in safe heaven, sleeping and scattering your legs. You don't know the sacrifice that some men and women are doing in the gate of John. You have to come up to come and support these men and women, because they are the reason why you're carrying your dead bodies like they are in Samfara Plateau, Kano, Niger, Ekiti, and everywhere. You don't DC. We are not going to present the dead bodies of today, which is not available. We will present the dead bodies, the ones that happened months ago, because we have sacrificed so much to stop the dead bodies of our babies, women, and children today. That ripple effect of our strength is pushing the terrorists back to Benue, back to Plateau, back to Samfara, back to Kano, back to Kaduna, back to Borno. If you push them, they will not go and stalk in that side for you to see that numbers rising. Those numbers were supposed to rise. But because Biafra Defense Forces stood as a defense mechanism and formed a brick wall that blocked the terrorists, that is what we're seeing now, that you go nowhere in Biafra land. You can start it somewhere else, but you go nowhere in Biafra land. Listen.
You claim you went to school, but you didn't go to school. Because if you went to school, you will understand how Islam works. Islam is coming for you. They must come. It's a MUST, must. There is nothing anybody can do about it. Only you can defend yourselves. This headline here is if you need one. Atiku Abubakar said it yesterday. Today is being covered that ISIS is coming. Not just Boko Haram, but the real bad people that are coming. They need access, and they will get it to secure the financial base for their continued expansion within the whole of sub-Saharan Africa. The zoo is seen as pivotal, and Biafra land is where the resources that they're looking for is in. They don't trust Buhari anymore. Buhari was their godfather. They no longer trust him. I mean Boko Haram in this instance. Buhari, they thought would give them Sharia immediately. Buhari said, I don't belong to anybody. From that day, they identified their bombing. Some of you cannot reason, you cannot see very well because you're blind. But at least you're lucky listening to Radio Biafra. Very, very lucky indeed. I'm telling you the truth. Or else, I can't in your blindness. It is that darkness we've come to shed light on, that you can see properly. If they enter the zoo, I will not command this army. And I need guns and I have the men. I need guns and I need bullets. That's all we need. And then I have been sounding this warning. I've been telling you, we are joking. They are coming. Your mothers will be raped.
Now, I want you all to listen from here. They are coming. And listen to what will happen to your mothers.
I've been telling you, you think we are joking. They are coming. Your mothers will be raped.
They are coming. Oh, your mothers will be raped. Are they not raping your mothers today? Are they not raping your mothers today? It's a very simple question. Are they not raping your mothers today? Your mothers will be raped. Are they not raping your mothers? I want everyone to tell us. Are the Boko Haram terrorists not raping your mothers today? Are the Boko Haram terrorists not raping your mothers today?
That now, right? Biafra decimated.
Your sisters will be married off as what? Slaves. What do you think they do to children that they kidnap them in school? When they kidnap your children in school, what is that? They marry them, they use slaves. They rape them. After that is what these terrorists, when they take you, your mothers rape, your children, they will kill you. Is it not happening? It is happening.
I will not come. And I'm having guns and I have men. I need bullets. That's all. And then we have been sounding this warning, telling you, I think we are joking. They are coming. Your mothers will be raped. Your sister are slaves. I'm telling you now. I speak, write it down. Land will be decimated unless we to defend us. We don't equip our if we don't march here, it will be very, very difficult for us. Forget all this nonsense in the ocean, in all this called pro-Biafra thing to confuse. I brought them out. Cannot say what we are saying.
Did you see IPO do what Biafra government in Israel have past 2 years now? No. They went to hide. They went to work with one. They went to work. This is IPO. As people are, they are by them. So not they come out and do what we are doing. Instead, they will be coming to you are. It's like what is will become. His wife is the one who wrote this letter we are doing. What is happening here? Alza brought them. Fulani brought them. That is why they can't. Is to see that they're looking to fight what BRGI are doing. Because BRGI are doing something and they are fighting and making a difference. You see the result of BRGI. Can somebody show me of political wing since Oyendu was kidnapped? Show me. This is the only thing they can show for it. That they work with the government to produce evidence against BRGI for to be in prison. Only thing, nothing more. Your women being raped, your children raped. They said their organs are being forcefully disappeared. What IPOB Nigeria does, it is to have one Nigeria and work with them to say every effort of BRGI. GOVT, as a Biafra, to locate to see BRGI and align advance financially. This is the only eye that is speaking to. This is the only government across. This is government took Mazen Namdekan to Washington, D.C. This is government that took Simon Ekpa's to Washington, D.C. This is the only that took in Nigeria to the U.S. government. It is only BGI, the one that you see me speaking from. You see this APM on the one you see here. You see the lawmaker that was there. These people that are making things happen, if you did not know now, other groups, they are to come.
Our groups listening. You are not listening. The devil has gone into all these idols. The devil has gone inside you to harden your heart to eyes that you can no longer see. To remember the birth of 2015. I will to it. I need guns, and if I have bullets, the army of Biafra cannot defend villages. Sooner you get called, the better for everybody.
That we cannot use sand. We cannot use saliva to stop this Boko Haram diving everybody in. You want to start running with your back and to go and seek refuge in Cameroon. Yeah. You want to run like Kwara people ran from their home out of Kwara. They are running to Cameroon to go and become refugees while the Boko Haram terrorists take over their lands. You already have Biafran forces who are standing there to sacrifice their life for you, so that terrorists. All you have to do is to come up and support Biafra Defense Forces. Come and support Biafra Defense Forces. Tomorrow is fundraising. On Sunday is another town hall. Biafra Defense Forces. Except don't packing the dead body of your baby women on daily basis. BRGI, because it's a homeland. Biafra Defense Government are doing much to means your blind. Move the scale of your eye so that you see well. If you don't give us what the Biafra Defense Forces need, terrorists, they cannot use their salary, they cannot use their blockade, they cannot do it. They need to use. They need to use logistics to be able to repel the terror. And we get over 200 babies kidnapped from their soul. You will not see it happen in Biafra land. It is only in Biafra land people are not running away from home. Yes. Except being in ignorance, then you allow the Boko Haram terrorists to now acknowledge what BRA are doing, what Biafra forces are doing, what Biafra independent government are doing. You will know that nothing to give you, that your life is a Biafra. Support your freedom. Wherever you are, support your freedom. The only people that are working is Biafra.
Black people, I know. Soon very message serious, or else you're finished. Not as Boko Haram, they are coming in as their franchise. And then dictates. I see. If you like, you make this while the sun, or if you like, you can continue to be there. It's entirely up to you.
Okay, won't be there.
You'll be there.
No, be there. No, the message. No, I'll be there. I'm asking you, is Mazin Kanu there now that they are helping babies, women, and children? Is Mazin Kanu there? No. He's not there now. Someone will say, oh, he's dying in prison. He's moving from one person to another. I wonder some of you that did not join hands with defense forces to do anything to release when in Abuja. You did not lost. You did not wake up to do anything to see to his release. You were attacking us. Now that he's been from to Sokoto prison. You now jump out and start in the media. What will your noise do for us? The has been in a prison of Nigeria. You move him from Calabar prison, you move him to Abuja prison, you move him to Sokoto. He's still the same torture that he faced in prison that he will see face in Sokoto. Torture is torture. Which torture to Mazen the one that was in when he was kidnapped for 5 days, everything to pass out and came back to life. You only skin, but you can read. Biafra is bigger than what some of you understand. It is that spirit of him him was today. It is that strength in him that is now. From all his sacrifice he did, believe you me, I would have been able to have the courage to. But he is, no matter all that have been done to him lion. Yes, the lion himself of Biafra. He is followed to have the same, not be bound. No, his followers holding his courage. Yes, the time that you are all supposed as equal on top of the tempest. You don't go and hide your face when there is tempest. Right? You hover around it. Your strength. That is come out from wherever you are and show your strength by joining your forces, keeping personal and enemy, and giving all that financially. What we need from financial support. We have that are standing to see that Biafra land become Bonfara, Kwara, Benue, Kaduna, and Niger. They kidnap and pick over to their school. What we need is your German. The woto that we are doing to one. This is the that is talking. Engage the locals by having a litigation. People that create that channel and open that to you need to do those work. Yes, so that the engagement can come in. Diplomatic, business wide. You dig in. Your leader is not crying in intention. He is very, very strong. That has come to Biafra to international community, pronouncing him to jail, by pronouncing him by hanging, pronouncing him to be killed because of Biafra independence. You have how powerful it is, and you have to fight it. That you have to come. I've never given before. Be more angry in your support to Biafra now than before. The spirit of you is supposed to come out now. It's not time for lamentation. Okay? This is the best of you come out to support Biafra Defense Forces in the homeland and RGIA.
Dead anyway. And Radio Biafra will not, nobody will. If you like, you give us guns. If you like, you don't. We are trying to save you, not you us.
Did you hear that? Biafra Defense Forces to save you. And use. Because terrorists came here to abandon and kidnap those babies in school. Biafra Defense Forces. Defense Forces are not there to protect. Can they not survive? They can survive. They touch you as. So what happens is that you have, as a Biafran, you need Biafra. We cannot stay peacefully. The terrorists will wipe out. So you and support. You need to come out and support. You need to come out and be RGIA. Now, let me display the idiosyncrasy of Uchechi Kanu. Everybody should look at this. Kanu. Uchechi say, information reaching me about 3 hours ago that my husband has arrived to go to prison. Look at idiot. And say, those who went to see him today did not give me any update on his transfer. Rather, they ran to social media to broadcast it. If you all do not sit up and behave in a civilized and professional manner, I will stress you with, and I promise you, you will be stressed. Enough of your theatrics. Be warned. Can you imagine who talking? Can you imagine Agbakara Chinko? Agbakara Chinko, who Finland, using the Kanu name, who would like to destroy Biafra public government in Israel? She's the one now. Sit down and wait for the legal team to give you a message. Idiot of all time. I think after this very way you come into this Biafra, you will retract your, you will get to understand it is not everybody can and go scot-free. You people sabotage our PM. You say now mistakes. Yeah, the mistakes of winning. And we have also learned of our. We have these mistakes. From this lesson that we have, you can sabotage and destroy that we have today now. Which I am still alive inside, which this is the one leading today now, which has made their way to Washington DC congressional briefing. That which you see this APM with Senator Ted Cruz. So that very BRGIE, which you see with this lawmakers in America, is very big. This BRGIE very big. You catch this one and destroy because you cried. Yes, you go. So if you know what is for you, trace yourself all from their high horse. Bring everything that you have to come and support BR Defense Forces. This is not yes, because some of you were thinking the business as usual. Now you have been able to, our leaders will be in prison. Then we continue to fight to make sure being in prison is not in vain. In prison, by all of you standing up to destroy what we are doing like this, you make a mistake. Yes, but this RGIE where you see and where okay, you can get this is going as bus stop. I want all of their planning of what to do. Go to America. Yes, America. Quota is not in UK, not in Asia. Our aid is in America. Go to America. If you want to start to sabotage America, we will know trouser that you will wear and how it will size you. That is what we are telling you. Okay? Biafran, please stand up and stop Biafra de facto government. That is the Biafra defense. Bring something to the screen. For those that are not aware of what happened, listen to this.
That currently is secondary mom, and let me tell my mom because Papi from where we are staying is not even to 15 minutes there, because my son is in that school. She's always in that school. Then it was 200 students. They picked up 100 people that school. Some are 4 years, yes. 4 6 years, they picked up all and like sheep and goats walking inside, down 200 people in that school. Some, yes, some are 4 siblings in some, yes, some are 4 siblings. They pick.
So what this lady is called, these are people by Boko Haram terrorism. Yes. 3 years, 6 years. You should ask what is Haram going to do with babies of years, 4 years, 5 years? What are you kidnapping them for? What are you kidnapping them for? What are you kidnapping them for? Ask this. What is the Boko Haram terrorists going of 3 years?
Mazino, good morning from here. There we
There, Master David. Good morning. Good
There
morning.
we thank you for joining me.
Yeah, we thank God. You know, no matter anywhere we find ourselves, as long as we have the opportunity, to witness another day, is a hope, and we must use it judicially. So, and that is what we are doing.
Exactly.
They say that when there's life, there's hope. So, and
Of
we
course,
have
sir.
all seen the downfall of the zoo, because they have just done their worst. And
Or what?
remember,
Yes.
we always tell them that we know their plan. So, and they still keep this their arrogance, and this their proudness, and this their blog head as usual. We know. So there's nothing that that they are going to do today that we have not seen before. So, and there's nothing new to us.
Exactly.
So the fact still remains that we know that right from the beginning, even from our internal leader Ojukwu, we all know that all these our leaders they were not the target. They haven't been the target. It was me. It was me and you.
And you, yeah.
Exactly. We have been the
It was
target for a
us.
very long time. So, and God always keeps speaking for his children. Keeps speaking for his people. Using
Yes.
our leaders like Ojukwu, Wasurike, down to our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. He didn't even stop there. He went ahead and gave us our Prime Minister, Mazi Samonepa, who has made it possible for us to get to where we are today. So, as if that wasn't enough, Chukwuokike Abiama went ahead. He went ahead and gave us our acting Prime Minister, nke a na-akpọ anya ọgụ, Ogechukwu.
Anyok.
Yeah, all these things keep happening, and our people sometimes, we take some certain things for granted. For me, I'm not moved. I'm a Biafran. and I will continue to be a Biafran. I'm a proud Biafran, you know. So as you can see, the useless judgments that them themselves know that it has no base, it has no ground. Even within themselves, they know. So, and the worst part, the funniest part of it is that they would have just ended it now. I thought they said that it is final judgment. They would have done the final judgment now. This one that they did, is this one final judgment or postponement judgment, so that they will see whether they will do election. They are saying life in what? To buy more time. They would have just go ahead and
Yes.
let the cat loose now, so that we will know. Let us know whether maybe that thing that they think that they have the monopoly of doing. Let us see now. But the issue is that you know, we are a very democratic people. We don't do things like janjaweed. So, and whatever we see is what we expected from them, because after all, they do not have any rights to try our leader in the first place. There's somebody that they kidnapped, so they have to do anything. No, all this why they have not even come out to debunk the fact that our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was kidnapped. So what are they doing? So what is the need of trying him? Somebody that you kidnapped, have you been able to debunk that? Have you been able to justify his rendition or his illegal rendition to Nigeria? So if you have not been able to justify that, so what are you saying? What are you doing? What is the meaning of all those nonsense? What is the meaning of all those drama? Are you acting that drama for me? No. The problem is that is because our people has refused to do the needful for a very long time, and that is the reason why you see all this whole drama, you know, keeps coming up. At least by now, if our people might have listened and do the needful, you know, I wish we have been doing the needful. By now, I don't think that would have gotten to this stage. So, but you know, they know, you know, the illegal actions of this T government, you know, this zoo government. So they know the consequences, and they know the repercussions. So, and you know, one way or the other, they have they have other allies that has been, you know, that has their own interest as well, you know, somehow.
Yes.
Even though that they know that what they are doing is totally wrong, just that they have succeeded in all this while to suppress you know, medias and so many nations that could speak up. You know, they have succeeded in bribing, you know, lobbying so many evil agenda against, you know, the kidnapping of our leader. So that is the reason why you see they have the effortry to go ahead and give such false judgment. So even though that they know that they do not have any legal rights to even try our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. So, but the fact still remains that if we, the Biafran people, allow this to happen, that is when it will happen. So, but since we are still here, we are still speaking. We have already, you know, we have already condemned that forceful judgment, and of course they know, they are already hiding their faces in shame, just like as they were doing that nonsense there in Abuja. The United States of America in their Senate or their Congress men and women, they were, you know, watching them, and they also condemned that act, of which that they know that they have no ground. So those ones is just let's say, okay, that judgment since 5 years you hold him, you have nothing to against him, you have not been able to convict him, you have not been able to do this one. Tomorrow they bring 5-count charge, they bring 7-count. So now they have done it now, and so that we will now say whenever this kind of arguments come out, whenever this kind of arguments come out, they will now say, I think they have convicted him for count 1, count 2, count 3. So, but the truth is that all those things are nonsense. It's all nonsense. So they do not have any case against our leader. That is a matter of fact. So they should understand that, and that will be better for them. So, but if they continue to to want to base on all this nonsense or like what they do. We are not moved. We are not afraid. We are not scared. You understand? We are Biafran. We are not scared. We didn't do anything, and you cannot do us anything. We are going to fight, and we are. If that is what is going to take, we are going to fight, and we will fight. So this is not 1967. It can never be 1967. You cannot just be arraigning our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, who you kidnapped illegally in court, and you are coming out and you are judging. You are saying it is not. It's Arab nonsense. It is Arab nonsense. You see, the message is very, very clear. You see, Kanunta, including all these lawyers. You see, when I'm saying something, I say it the way it is. All of you that has been complicit, all of you, somehow you think that you can bribe your way out. There is no way out. I have said it before, including all these lawyers, including Maxwell, including Aloy Ejumako, all of you. None of you will be left, none of you will go scot-free. We are very, very serious. I might be the only one speaking now. But none of you will ever find your way out. If you people did not come back from Abuja with Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, it shall never be well with any of you. That is the fact. It shall never be well with any of you. If you people did not come back with Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, it shall never be. You see that life imprisonment, all of you will be in that prison. You think that we are children. You think that people we are joking. Before this whole nonsense happened, our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu have to defend himself because you people are incompetent. Because you people lack the right to challenge the useless and nonsense trial that they were doing with our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. When you people were supposed to speak, when people were supposed to challenge the court, you people did not challenge, you people did not do anything because you think that your life is important. Life imprisonment, I will see. If it's only Mazi Nnamdi Kanu that is life imprisonment, even you, all of you, including all of you, none of you, all the Oigbo, all of you are inside that life imprisonment until Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is free. Before you all will be free. You think that you people will come to Biafra land? Christmas is coming now. All of you people should come. We will put fire everywhere. It will burn down. You understand? Exactly. And we will let people know that Biafran territory is no longer Nigerian territory. If people think that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu now, then you people should come now. You people should come. Today is our fundraising. Today is our fundraising, and we are going to make it happen. Yes. Mad people everywhere. You people think that we are scared. This time around, we are coming out with full force. Kaifuze, let us know who is the owner of the land. Nonsense.
My worry, the only worry that I have now is why did they move Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to Sokoto? Why did they move him to Sokoto? That is the only worry that I have. Why didn't they leave him in Abuja or take him to a correctional facility in Lagos or Abuja? Why are they going to take him to the north? And another issue, somebody was saying the reason why Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was sentenced to life imprisonment is because Tinubu wants for 2027 so that before the election, he go release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, give him a state pardon, say ndị Igbo will say aṅụrị ya, ndị Igbo aṅụrị ya, and they release Nnamdi Kanu. But that is nonsense. That is arrant nonsense. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu committed no crime. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is not fighting for Nigeria. So why will you use him for that election? We are not part of Nigeria. We are Biafrans. So you can't use Mazi Nnamdi Kanu for political gains. It is not going to work. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu committed no crime. People use him for 2027 election. Give him clemency, state pardon, or whatever. So my only worry is that they take him to Sokoto, but they should understand that should anything happen to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, hey, Igbo agaghị contain all of us with all the politicians. First and foremost, Ali Igbo can never contain us with them. all the governors,
my brother, we are not waiting for anything to happen. What has happened, you see, the one that we have already seen is enough. We even gave them time till this time. You see, from today, from since that day, from that day onward, they should just know that Biafra land will never contain each and every one of us again. All these people, all the whole Ohanese, all the whole chief, all the whole prominent men, all the whole Igwe, all the whole pastors, all of you people should go to Abuja, and go and stay. Go to Sokoto, go to Kano. People should go Lagos. Where Biafra land will not contain. You see, there is no Christmas, there is no December in Biafra territory. There is no December, there is no Christmas. We make sure that none of you will feel comfortable. People should go back. People should go back to wherever you are coming from, because without Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, you people should, nobody should step their foot. No, we have said it too. Biafra land is not Nigeria. If you find yourself anywhere in Biafra territory and you think that you are inside Nigeria, God will punish you. God will punish you. If you find yourself inside Biafra territory and you are thinking you're on your own, you're on your own. That is just the truth, because we are not smiling. We are no longer hiding. This time around, we are open and we are going to defend our land. Biafra land is not Nigeria. Any army, any Nigerian army, any Nigerian T army that is within our land, whether you are police or whether you are anything, pack your things and begin to leave. If you do not leave, anything you see, you take. If you cannot kill, if you cannot buy us this time around, we will buy you broad daylight and nothing will happen. If you can, this is what is going to happen. Oh. If you cannot do us anything, we have our Biafra Liberation Army. This time around is not like before you will come and say this one. Biafra land, all the whole governors, all the whole senators, all of you, stay in Abuja. Stay in Abuja, because you people think that we are fools. This time around, you people should wait for our resolve. We people should wait for. We are not going to wait for anything to happen. No. We are not going to wait. Nothing. We are not waiting for anything. The game is already on. Since all of you were there and you people refuse to speak, you people are silent even till today. All of you are silent. May woe betide each and every one of you. It's your children. After sending your children abroad, you send your children to London, send your children to America, send your children to Asia, everywhere. Then our own will not be left vulnerable, so that the Boko Haram that you people are recruiting, putting into the army, will now infiltrate Biafran territory and start doing to us what they are doing in Benue and Kwara State. God punish all of you there. So we must all rise up to defend our land and against all these criminals that we have already identified. All these criminals that we have already identified, they know themselves. There is no way. There is no way out. There is no way out. If you people like, if people try to parade yourself, or if you parade yourself, if you like carry armor tank, or be parading yourself in Ogbunigwe, is going to destroy both you and that armor tank. If you like, you carry armored car, Ogbunigwe will destroy you and that armored tank, because we are no longer joking.
So did you hear that Obi Kubana now, Chubanaku priest, all of them are speaking, all of them are talking about Nnamdi Kanu. These are the people
my brother, listen, nobody should pay attention to those idiots. You know why? These are takia. These things, look, we should be very, very careful the way we exonerate or the way we give relevance to some people. All these things that we are seeing today, it is all planned work. And we should not give any relevance to any of. If anybody had, it's not by talking. We do not need talking anymore. We don't need talking. Talking time has passed. We need action. And with the action, everybody knows the action. All everybody, me and you know the action. Even them themselves, they know where to follow. Excuse me.
Exactly. Everybody should know that all these people that are speaking now, they are speaking for themselves. They are not speaking for us.
So, not as if speaking is not good. At this point in time, Mazi David, at this point in time, before our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was kidnapped, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu told us everything. He prepared us for a day like this. Me and you, we know. Before then, when he saw how stupid and handicapped, how useless that we are, You know what Mazi Nnamdi Kanu did? He set up Eastern Security Network. When Mazi Nnamdi Kanu set up Eastern Security Network, he set up that Eastern Security Network for a day like this to protect us, to guide our land, to protect our bushes. Immediately, Eastern Security Network was set up, deployed, and the hasting of the kidnapping of our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was in gear. And before you know it, the people around him sabotaged. They didn't only sabotage Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, they sabotaged even the structure on ground. They sabotaged those great men and women that were doing the work of God. They sabotaged them. They sold them out. As if they thought that they have won. But God raised another army under our prime minister, under the de facto government in homeland, which we call the Biafran Liberation Army, under the Biafran government in exile. That was what God did for us.
Exactly. That is very, very important.
When they thought that they have succeeded in destroying the Eastern Security Network, God gave us army. God gave us Biafran Liberation Army, Biafran Defense Forces, and Biafran Marine. God gave us each and every one of them in their numbers. Now, I want to ask each and every one of us, as it stands now, I said, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, he prepared us before a day like this to come. He told us everything that we are going to be seeing. Those of you who claim that you love Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, now, is it under the Nigerian government? Is it under the Nigerian terrorist state that has decided to impose their judgment or to impose anything that they want anytime against us? And you are thinking that it is Mazi Nnamdi Kanu? Our prime minister set up gave us a template that we will follow, which is the international recognition and our defense in the homeland. What do we expect? They went to Kenya to kill our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu of me because of you. The kidnapping of our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, it's not just because of him. It's not just because they hate him. Or it is because they want to get to us.
Exactly.
Now, since 2021 that our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was kidnapped till today, if we have kept quiet or we had maybe threatened or somehow, because that was what they were planning, where would we have been today? What are we going to be saying about our homeland today? If not for the Biafran Liberation Army, what are we going to be talking about today?
Exactly. It is quite unfortunate. Very, very unfortunate that people don't understand the importance of our army today. Go ahead.
So these governors, if you like, you carry Nigerian army. If you like, you carry anything, you come and you are parading yourself within Biafra territory. It's just because maybe we have not gotten your time. Oh. Just know that even America will not speak for you, because all of you are wanted. So it is better you pack your things now and start leaving Biafra territory for us. You understand? And the Mazi Nnamdi Kanu must be released unconditionally. So that nonsense that they are doing there is nonsense. We did not even see those things happening. Moving him from Abuja to Sokoto or to anywhere, that one is their own business. As long as he is safe, as long as he's healthy, we don't want to hear. The day that we will ask of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and you will tell us that this one, you know what will happen now. It's not as if maybe we are not asking. We are asking, no. We are just giving you time to do the needful, and you are buying more time. Are you trying to threaten us that if you like, take him to your house. Take him to your house now. What is my business? Somebody that you kidnapped. If you like, take him to your house. If you like, take him to anywhere. You understand? But just know that the day that we are going to ask of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and we look for him, we first of all, we know the people that we will first of all hold accountable. Ejimako, we will hold you accountable.
Exactly.
Maxwell, we will hold you accountable. You people think that you people will find your way out. You see, Ejimako, we will hold you accountable. Maxwell, we will hold you accountable. Ejiofor, we will hold you accountable. Kanunta, we will hold you accountable. Hopus Odimba, you will be held accountable. Soludo, you will be held accountable. You see, we will first of all start from the inner house, including the wife of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. You will be held accountable. Asari Tokubo, you will be held accountable. You understand? You people think that we are joking. You people think that kidnapping our leaders, arresting them, we shut up, we make us to keep quiet. You people think that after doing all this nonsense, how many of us are you people going to kidnap? People are mad. Mad people everywhere. How many of us are you people going to arrest? How many of us are you people going to accuse unjustly? Call us any kind of names. We are fighting for our freedom. It's our right. You cannot be recruiting Boko Haram into a Nigerian army and you expect me to come and to keep quiet. Yeah, you want to bring them to my land, to my territory. You want to bring them to my territory because I said that I'm a Biafra. Because I say I'm a Biafra, that is why you are looking for me everywhere. You want to hunt us down. You are mad. You think that we are scared. This time around, this is not 1967. This is 2025, and we are moving ahead. So the whole lies and all those evil that people have been covering for long, you cannot cover it anymore again. Because people are coming out. All of you will be held accountable.
Exactly. They're more accountable. They have committed a lot of atrocities against our people. They have committed a lot of injustices against our leader. More importantly, Ejiofor, the man who started the kidnapping issue, the man who started the Mazi Nnamdi Kanu kidnapping, Ejiofor and members of the DOS, they thought that we have forgotten about them. We have not forgotten about them. We just want the case of our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, to first go on and let it be resolved. All these people that contributed from beginning to this moment, that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu still in detention, and they think that everything is over. It's not yet over. It is not yet over. We are going to hold them into account. We are going to hold them responsible for every action and activity that was centered around Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, that is making the Nigerian government to be emboldened to
my brother David, accountability, the time of accountability has started. Unless maybe they don't know.
Exactly.
So unless they don't know, we know all of them from A to Z, and it's time they will start confessing, because this game that they played, it did not work out well at all. It didn't work out well at all. It's just a childish game, including the Nigerian zoo government and including the saboteurs. They did not plan this thing very well. They have failed. Okay, after doing all these things, is this how they think that they are going to escape the judgment? No, they are not going to escape it now. No, now. Because let me tell you something, David. Do you know that these people were scared that if Mazi Nnamdi Kanu comes out, that all of them, including the ones that have been parading themselves inside the courtroom, they will all be exposed. And you know what that means, my brother? It is even better for them to go and hang themselves. You understand? So, because, and you know that so many secrets will be exposed. And for that, such secrets, these people have sworn over their dead body that such secrets can be exposed. So that is the reason why you see they do not have any choice. They do not have any option. Even though the Nigerian Tea State, they wanted to release our leader. The Nigerian Tea State, they would have, these people, they would have released him. Even the Omotosho or this idiot judge, this Fulani judge, if you watch the way she was saying, you will know that It's just saying out of stupidity, out of point, just doing anything the way they have just told him to do and everything, and so so, and at the same time, so at the same time, the people that has been holding back saboteurs, those in-house saboteurs, because they are very, very scared, because they know that we know them to their doorstep. They know that immediately they are being exposed, it is finished. Even though any Pakam, it is finished. So they cannot even bear the shame. They cannot even bear the resolve. So that is why they have been doing everything possible to say, so the Fulani, it is even for their own interest, to even do whatever they want to do. But at least they have seen that they do not have any right. But since these people have been still, parading themselves, so let us not give him the other one. Let us do it live, so that at least we'll still have time. Maybe one day, maybe the Biafra people will calm down. Maybe one day we'll not bring one to P2B. Then we will not say, okay, I now pardon him and I release him. You see that kind of nonsense these people are trying to. I don't know if you are thinking towards that direction. So, but that is the reason why. That is the reason why I am telling you today that you see from all of them, from A to Z, that accountability time has come. We are not going to wait anymore to wait for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to come out. We are not waiting for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to come and say anything. But I just want Biafrans to understand, to know their enemies. You see these people that I have just mentioned now, no matter how they project themselves, no matter how they do, no matter what they say, open your eyes, desist from these people. If you know you do not have anything to do, to desist from them. These people are our enemies. The brother of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, Kanunta, is our enemy. He's an evil man. It shall never be well with him. You people will see. The wife of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is an enemy. They are evil. They are evil. You understand? All these lawyers, all of them from the beginning that are allowed our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, that could not come out and tell us, hey, Biafrans, no, that this thing that Nigerian government is doing, that they do not have any right to try our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Since 2021, you people refused. You people were parabolating, jumping up and down from one place to other, deceiving Biafrans, as if maybe in that court, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is going to get justice. As if that court that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was supposed to stand even in the first place. Whereas we know, all of us know, but you people were playing along for good 5 years. At the end of the day, this is what we are getting. And you people think you people will return to Biafra land. God will punish all of you. You people think that you will return to Biafra land. It shall never be well with all of you. You people cannot come back to it. Listen to what I am saying now. As a lawyer, somebody, your client was kidnapped and illegally renditioned to Nigeria, and you are going to court. Why now? Which court are you going? You cannot take the matter to even international court. You cannot even challenge the order. You cannot do anything. Even when they granted him freedom 2 times, you were still going to court. Ejimako, hello Ejimako, hello Ejofo. Biafrans, if people are not seeing what I am saying, and if people are not hearing what I'm saying, if people are not seeing what I'm saying, and begin to understand what I'm saying, and if people begin to do this pity mind, if people continue to do this pity mind against these people, you people will continue to suffer. All of us will continue to suffer. But until we begin to call a spade, that is when we'll begin to get it right. We have Biafra Liberation Army. We have our international lobbies. Only these 2 keys is the only thing that will save us. We do not have any other hope. If you know you have, bring it out. Let me see. Me, I have said my own. No. A word is enough for the wise. If we like, let us be fooling ourselves. Today is fundraising. We should not come and donate our small money. We should not come and donate our money there, so that our Biafran Liberation Army will begin to chase all these 2 terrorist army away from our land, letting them know that we are the owner of our land. If people like, people should go to sleep. That is how they will buy all of us one after the other. All of us one after the other. You people think that is a joke. Let us come together and do the needful. Some of you are looking for position. Some of you are saying, is it because of this one? Is it because of... Which one are you doing? Which one? You that is saying, which one are you doing? What have you done? You have not done anything. You are not doing anything. You are sitting... What do you want? You just want to claim relevance. You just want to claim position. Is that how we are going to get our freedom? Don't we know that our freedom relies in the defense of our homeland? We need to defend our land. We need to chase this zoo terrorist army out of our land. Don't we understand that? Okay, how are we going to do that? Do you have army? Can you do it yourself? Can you defend yourself? People that are coming with GPNG machine guns, what are you going to use to? Are you trained? We have volunteers army, for God's sake, men and women, but we decide to want to turn against them. We allow gossip and propaganda to take over our brains. Where is our critical thickness? What is our problem? What is our problem? Is it the time for us to begin to raise shoulders among each other? Is it the time for us to begin to talk about our differences? Is this not the time for us to rise up and come together to defend our land? Today is our fundraising. This one is talking, that one is talking. Who needs talk? Who needs talk now? We need action. Dip your hand inside your pocket, visit our website and do something, and let the Biafra Liberation Army begin to speak in the language that these people will understand.
Yes, thank you. Now, so there's one video I want to play. The visit to the
Okay, good day everybody, all of us of freedom. My name is ENEMITY. I'm one of the lawyers to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. I'm here with my colleagues, Maxwell Opara, PhD, and Ms. Ijoma Ifedinodu, Esquire. We just came out from visiting the service department of the FCT, and we had been informed by the Director of Operations that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is no longer in their custody. He has been moved to a safe correctional facility in Sokoto State. So right now, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is now in Sokoto State, and all our challenge anyway in this is that most of the documents he's supposed to file in Abuja Court of Appeal, he may not be able to file anymore, because he needed to file processes at the Court of Appeal to challenge the judgment that was delivered yesterday by the Federal High Court Judge, Honorable Justice James Omotosho. And moving him to Sokoto is now going to act as an to his filing those appeal processes. But in any case, we are guaranteed and assured that where he is in Sokoto is safe for him at the moment. And we are hoping and praying that he could be relocated back here in Abuja, where we believe is safer for him and much better for him to pursue his appeal. Thank you very much.
By the special grace of God, the appeal will be ready for filing by next week. So that is the position. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So this is the update when they went to see our leader in the detention facility in Abuja. This is the man who they could not move from Abuja to the prison just because they sentenced him to life imprisonment. Within 24 hours, they have taken him to Sokoto. What is he going to do in Sokoto? Because of the hatred of the Igbo man, because of the hatred they have for us. That is why the Nigerian government is treating the Igbo race this way. And most of our brothers are still sleeping. We have, and we continue to say it, that you are an endangered species under Nigeria. A lot of Biafrans kept quiet. They behaved as if they don't know what is happening. Most of them behaved as if they didn't know that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu existed. Somebody like Obi Kubana chief priest, all these celebrities or celebrities that we have, during the course of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's trials in Abuja, none of them spoke about Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. They didn't even agitate for his release. None of them even care to visit him. None of them care to visit him. All of them are afraid of their lives. They are afraid of being associated with Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. But immediately they say Mazi Nnamdi Kanu jailed. Oh, they are now speaking from left, right, and center. Is this not hypocrisy of the? Let it be on record. We will continue to let them understand that we are taking record. Everything anybody is on social media. We understand. The games all of them are playing, we know all of them. They should continue to play that game. Let them understand that an injustice to one is an injustice to all. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is a very big Iroko tree in Biafra land. They should understand that. So everybody should be in solidarity with Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. It is only fear. Because of fear of the unknown. You people are afraid to speak. Is Nigeria going to kill all of us? If the Southeasterners today say that for the injustices against Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, that no Biafran anywhere around Nigeria should open his business, believe you me, the next day they will release Mazi. But because of the divisions that you people have created, because of the money that the Fulanis have used to bribe all of you, none of you is man enough to come out and speak against the injustice of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. You are now speaking behind his back. Now that he's in Sokoto, you are coming out to tell us, oh, why should they sentence Mazi Nnamdi Kanu? But when your voice was needed, when they were needed to test for his continued detention, none of you came out. Obi Kubana did not come out. Kubana Chifri did not come out. Denko did not come out. Flavor did not. All of you did not come out to protest for his release. You are not coming out to speak about his incarceration. All of you are fools. And we are going, I need you ono. I need GDA for ono. We have recorded it against each and every one of you. We have recorded it. That our leader was in detention, fighting for each and every one of you, for the betterment of each and every one of you. But because you are living big, you are enjoying one Nigeria. You are living large. Your businesses are flourishing. You can enjoy your life. You can enjoy your women. You can enjoy your property. You can go abroad, go medication, go here and there, and come back and enjoy your. The life of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu does not matter. A man who committed no crime. And if you feel that you are in the position of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu will not do everything humanly possible to make sure that you are released, even when Orji Uzor Kalu was in detention, when they wanted to jail Orji Uzor Kalu, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu came out and stood for him. But today, the same Orji Uzor Kalu is trying to say he cannot preempt the decision of the court, that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is on competent court of jurisdiction. Today, all the Southeastern governors, they have seen the injustice against Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Have any of them spoken? What have they said? What was their action? What action? Because the Fulanis have bought their consciences. So, ugbu a ka bụ ụtụtụ, ka anyị na-aga n'ubi, ma ji na-aka. At the appropriate time, every one of them will come and answer to their crimes. Every one of them from A to Z, all of them will come and respond. They will come and respond to. They will come and respond. Every one of them will come and respond to the crime against the Biafran people.
Four years, 5 years, and 6 years. What are you kidnapping them for? What are you kidnapping them for? What are you kidnapping them for? Babies of 3 years, 4 years, and 5 years. What are you kidnapping these babies for? This is what happened today. And this lady that is speaking here, she is telling you that our own sister is also a victim in this. So for some of you that thought that it is just a cook-up story, it is not a cook-up story. She is a living witness. Our own sister is part of this school. They kidnap over 200. Over 200.
Some are 4 years, 3 are 4 siblings, some are 3 siblings. They picked up all these people and they tied them like sheep and goats walking inside bush. They tied them. My mom said people that were coming to that school, some parents that were coming to that school through the road, through the bike, that they saw them. They saw them they saw their kids on the road walking inside bush. They were tied like goats, like sheep. It's getting out of hand. More than 200 people were kidnapped this morning. More than 200. And Anwuli, she was so lucky to escape because they in secondary school that they didn't get to secondary school part. They got to the primary school section and they jumped fence.
They got to the primary school section. Primary school section where you have babies of 3 years, 2 years, 4 years, 5 years, 6 years. It's from that very section that they decided to kidnap babies. If Biafra Defense Forces were not available for you in plan, what happened in St. Mary's Primary School today have happened in Biafra land. What happened in St. Mary's Primary School today would have happened in Biafra land. Now, I am not saying I hear so. I'm playing a video of a sister to a victim from that school. She said she called her mother to find out if her sister was also picked up by the Boko Haram terrorists. And the sister said she was able to jump through the fence and run out. And that they started the attack on the primary school section of the school while she is in the secondary school section. So when she had the beginning part of the thing very close to her, that is how she escaped. And she's giving you the testimony. And they are telling you what they saw with their eyes. And the Nigerian government will come out and tell you, it is a lie, it is a lie. Is it Mazi Nnamdi Kanu that is kidnapping them? Is it Biafra independence that is kidnapping them? You people say you're sentencing Biafra independence to death. You're sentencing Biafra independence to life imprisonment. Can you sentence Biafra independence to life imprisonment? Since 1960 to this very day, how many years has it been? Is it life independence or life imprisonment or death penalty that you give Biafra independence that still made them to arise again? In Uwazirike's time, in Kanu's time, in Simon Ekpa's time, in Okenkere's time, as all of you are here now, you have Biafra Defense Forces standing their ground to defend Biafra land. The life imprisonment that you gave Biafran people, why didn't it stop Biafra since 1960? Nonsense, people. The more you are talking about death sentence to Biafra independence or life imprisonment to Biafra independence, the more you are emboldening the Biafrans, the more you are pushing us to be more stronger and to have more confidence that we are fighting a legitimate cause and that we must get that independence by fire by force. Yes. When Showore was doing protests, we supported it wholeheartedly. We gave all the support because we saw it was a support in the right direction. Did you see the Igbo politicians or all the Biafran politicians come out? Showore was calling all of them out, tracking all of them out. They all went to hide their faces in shame. Soludo told you he doesn't support Biafra independence when they called him out. Did you see Hopeless Uzodinma? Did you see Alex Oti? Did you see any of them? You did not see any of them. So today that you hear that they say they are sentencing Biafra independence to life imprisonment and to death penalty. Why didn't you ask of Uzodinma? Uzodinma, where are you? Uzodinma, where are you? All of you have forgotten about Uzodinma. The people that signed the document and the paper that Omotosho read in the court yesterday, the people are Uzodinma, the people are Soludo, the people are Alex Oti, the people are Obonai, the people are Umoeno, the people are Fubara, all the governors and senators and ministers that are of the Biafran extract. They are the people that signed the paper that they gave the verdict pronouncement of death penalty to Biafra independence, life imprisonment to Biafra independence. I want all of you to forget this. Yes, because it is not about the chief judge or the judges that gathered in the room to carry out the script that was given to them that really matters. The people that matters most are those that wrote the script. Who wrote the script? Who signed the document? Who gave them the instructions and the mandate? Uzodinma is number one. Enyin Nanya Abaribe is number two. Soludo is number three. Alex Oti, number four. Continue counting them. If Anyuba, Andy Uba of Andy, whether Mba or Uba of a state, number four. Continue counting. Ogbonnaya of Ebonyi, 5. Delta, 6. One in Bayelsa, 7. The one in Rivers, 8. The one in Akwa Ibom, 9. The one in Cross River, 10. Which one remain? Where I never count. Which one remain? Where I never count. These are the people that wrote the script and signed the document of pronounced Biafra independence death sentence yesterday. Pronounced Biafra independence life imprisonment yesterday. Those are people. The people that they gave this to read, they only had to do the pronouncement on the script. Yes. The people they gave the scripts to read, they had to read the script the way it was given to them. While the main people that played the role of drafting the script, you did not see them in court. They were sitting down to watch and see your reaction and pronouncement that is being made. Are you getting the point? That is what you need to understand. Politicians in Biafra land. Which people led to the kidnap of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu? Which people walk out to the imprisonment of Simon Ekpa? Which people are after killing all of us here today? One person photo is missing in this flyer. What's the name? Bianca Ojukwu. Ojukwu's face is missing on this flyer. And whoever drafted this flyer, please, and inculcate Bianca Ojukwu's face on this flyer. Yes. These are who that drafted the document that they sent to the EU president to kill Biafran that is parcel of Biafra Republic government in exile in Europe. This is what they did. That is why you saw our Prime Minister is in prison today because they did it and then they back up the evidence with that of Nigeria. It's like Nigerian government brought evidence against you. Then the people that they are also Biafrans like you, and that they are also fighting for the same Biafra, that they are also Biafra like you. They also brought another evidence to prove the Nigerian terrorists right, to validate what they said. That's what happened. And they were even ready, and they stood as a testimony inside court to testify. So I want every Biafran, if you know how to hunt down and hold these people, do it. And if you don't know how to be responsible, support Biafra forces. Support Biafra government in the homeland. Yes. All the governors and ministers in Biafra land. See, there's one thing in it. Sunday Igboho was what? Kidnapped in Niger to Nigeria. Which people stormed the federal government? It was the elders of Yoruba land. And Obasanjo traveled down there. Tinubu also played a role to see Sunday Igboho was not kidnapped in Niger down to Nigeria. Leaders, the senators, the ministers, do you see that? That is why when I listened to a video today, Portable was saying something. Portable said, Cubana chief priest, you went to go and kneel down and shake Tinubu, and you went for your personal gain, and you went for your personal interest, your own business contract, and you also collected money, but you did not remember to tell Tinubu that he must release your brother, Martin Kanu. And then now that Nigerian terrorist government of Tinubu have said death sentence to your brother, death sentence to Biafra, death to Biafra independence, imprisonment to Biafra. Now remember to come and table that is. What happened to your brain when you went to visit Tinubu? You did not care about the same leader that you said Southeast, but you only went for your pocket, your belly. What took you there? Are you getting? So do not to see that the same people that and gave to the lawyers will be the one to come and Kanu. You are the one, you as a Biafran like me. There is some, you see, a very good game was played yesterday. If the lawyers of yesterday were Igbo lawyers or justice or Hausa justices or any justices, we said, hey, what is happening here? But you know what? All the Igbo police that are behind the kidnap of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu must die. From behind the scene, it, then justice, to be the one to pronounce it. Now, your eyes and Yoruba judges, right? The people that wrote the script for these Yoruba judges, the script to be the actor. Who drafted back to the Yoruba judges? Who told them to be the acting? Who moved? Who brought them in? The Bianca Ojukwu, Solu, Ale, Peter Mba, all politicians, they are the people that were kidnapped of Mazen Namdekan. People that brought in, which they used to kidnap and bring him from Kenya to. They are the people signing papers and documents to bring Boko terrorists down to Biafra land you hear Operation Pythons. I want to ask you, know the House of Mazen, members of IPOB. It's the politicians that we have. They showed to the house and where to go, how they have to go and kill. They told them, kill. When they brought Operation Python Dance, which people invited the Operation Python Dance to come? The Abuja, the Python Dance must go. Oh, it's the willing to choose governors, the slaves that you have, that's to allow them to continue to eat Nigeria money. And I want all of you to understand something, because many have been shifted away from the Igbo politicians last 3 days now. Yes, because a script written, the actors and writers, or the transcript from the Yoruba extract, reading up, and then remember something again now on the Yoruba. Who the script? The script. She's from where? What language and which? Out of prison, because their Yoruba brothers can advise to is out. So fighting for the of Yoruba, their brothers, and even Tinubu that you see, Tinubu so hard to see that by Buhari government to bring him down to Nigeria. When you hang with not terrorist caliphate, is because he came to destroy Igbo. Tinubu came. It's not the same Igbo total from. So what happened and how was it done? The king's men that called him to order and say, you don't your fellow brother, because of one Nigeria. Rather, be giving wood to the Fulani in their leaders. That every fight is fighting to policies that they say Muslim ticket. The expectation when they bring it in, every favor that Tinubu will do will be to the north. But now Tinubu came. The favorite is majorly going to our brothers and sisters. That is every Yoruba sister telling you Tinubu must 27 because it's Lokon. And the northern Tinubu's for 2027. Are you getting the point? The release Sunday, is the same. They are kingsmen. These people now are telling Tinubu to kill every Biafran. It's our own politician. To come back, the script that we in the court is a script and endorsed and by Alex Oti, Bayelsa governor, Akwa Ibom governor, because they all know that these are the regions of Biafra. Captured all our territory map. Are you getting the point? To bring you, and the problem is not fresh. Bianca Ojukwu is in, and Ojukwu did today. Ojukwu came out and wrote today and said, "Hey, I came back from Windsor. I had that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu pronounced life imprisonment yesterday." She said, "Not what we had. This is not expected to do it. How they to do it was to kill Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. This is to do it." What did she say? She's now calling and do what? And continue to work for one Nigeria. Have you all seen the tweet? And after now, anybody that wants to be open, and I think we will be from our. He said he's very much. Bianca is a useless name. Bianca Ojukwu. Okay, we go. I want you all to look at Bianca's nonsense. I want you all to look at Bianca. That you see all this that you have in Biafra land. You have in Biafra land. You have to do it very sharp. Honorable APM is getting to fire the enemies of Biafra. Bianca said, Nnamdi Kanu said, I have just returned and Siba. I have been past 5 intact monitoring exercise to the sad news of the conviction and sentence charges. This is not because what they was what to kill Nnamdi Kanu that they did not pronounce the death of him immediately. So what did she now go ahead to do? She now start preaching of one Nigeria. This is some of you claim was or the wife or leader. I say are available because of the spoils of war. Listen, just look at how she's going to start preaching unity of one Nigeria now. She's now telling the history of our people when they NDIGBOO and Nigerians as that such now. Can you hear that? There is almost need to respond to this situation. All actions which could vary And with diaspora, a word is enough for the world. Here, Bianca, Bianca Tinubu, can you? This requires careful reflection and constructive involving all stakeholders. Do you hear that? Both stakeholders that played that was read yesterday. The same stakeholders, the kidnapping of Martin Nnamdi Kanu and the imprisonment. The same stakeholders, senators, and members of House of Representatives, the traditional rulers, the politicians, the businessmen, the government collectively have Southeast governors, and then they bring operations and kill all of you in and kill you in the street because of Biafra. Is just kind of breathing in terms of the people that they have been working to set Biafra to death, that Biafra is sentenced to. The most effective path towards the solution of this crisis, the quest for mutual existence, the quest for coexistence of Nigeria with justice, equity, and dignity is a which requires of and peace and order is to the security regardless of tribal. Do you now understand now? Bianca is now preaching the unity of one Nigeria, that we should all collectively abandon, put your head, work for one Nigeria as one. Bianca, this is just to validate that, and all these politicians, the traditional rulers, senators, the governors, they have done so well, very well, to say that Martin Nnamdi Kanu was kidnapped, Simon was imprisoned, Nnamdi Kanu also imprisoned. So now that Biafra, that they are trying to you and to make you on, because it is finance. What are they telling you? I would like to reassure people, Nigerians and partners, that they are still processing this. I say in a manner reduce national problem. I oblige everyone. Just look at now talking. He said now is the time for us to put our hands on to work. Hey! Bianca Ojukwu is now the one advising, laying the path to the kidnapping and to the imprisonment of Ekpa. It is very shameful that the person that is now addressing you people, very, very shameful. Very, very so Bianca Shetima is now and coming to give release of all the politicians. Understand the message. Tinubu, on behalf of Obonaya, all you have in River State, the one you have in Kwaibo and Cross River, Bianca is coming to give you a report of the decision they took to the script that was read by the Yoruba judges. So, as we look at the Yoruba judges that decided to be the willing tools to be used to pronounce the death of Biafra independence and death penalty for Biafra independence, you need to remember that the people that wrote that script and gave to the Yoruba judges are who? The Igbo politicians. And Bianca enumerated all of them. Bianca just told you that these are all of us that wrote the script. Bianca told you that all of us that wrote the script of the Igbo extract that we are, he said, all the Igbo holders, all the members of the House of clergy, the business people, the business people, the business you now Obi Kubana because of their business. Obi Kubana went to Tinubu, but he did not ask or say anything about Onyen or say about what was this Obi that went for his personal belly, personal pocket. He signed it and got what you get. Then when it is, I think the thing when what is it called? Portable. Portable for portable mouth. Let me see. You can put portable where he was saying it before APM would take the stage. Portable was saying it with. Let's see if we can.
We'll go snap picture.
Okay.
You know, tell about you lose brother. Now your belly go. You go find belly. Baba Tinubu house. Well, you know, remember you lose your brother. Belly go fight for your big belly. Now you first go fight for. You fight for your belly. Now, so now you talk. Tinubu no go see 10,000 votes. I be 10,000 followers. You dey play. Where they go use money? They play. Your people go collect money. No be. Oh, they go fight for their belly. You where you forget your brother. You forget your brother. Where they you go Baba Tinubu go snap picture collect money.
Okay.
You collect money, abi you no collect money. You collect contract, abi you no collect contract.
Okay.
You snap picture, abi you no snap. You collect money, abi you no collect money. You collect contract, abi you no.
Okay.
You snap picture, abi you no snap picture.
Ask
Dobale, abi you no dobale. Now you know remember me tell you say your brother dey make dem release brother. No worry. Now may sit down. You better reach that time. Forget your brother. Your belly.
Okay.
No, if your belly good.
Yes.
The place. There is some go see food. Baba Tinubu go do another one. You see, Tinubu Karam don dey. So you are terrorists don't dey.
So the people that are good with someone, he told you the gospel, even as they speak like a drunk, but he's telling you the truth. To Obi, our business brothers, they will go shake hands, collect them. Don't remember Mazin Namdi. Go to sign paper for business and look for what you want to eat. Then after you see Mazin Namdi in prison, you all know your business will continue. Your criminal business will continue. Kill him and kill Biafrans. Biafrans, and we have our on APM in the house. See the man much trouble in Nigeria, and when you see him in Washington DC, you know that is the man with swag. That is the man that is causing so much turmoil in Nigeria. What is done is what we have not been able to do for years. Few months of his leadership, we don't everything that has come to him. You don't see him doing the, you don't for don't run honest, but this is a man of this is a man that stands his ground. A man that you people say one PM, man that is taking matter to Washington DC, all the lawmakers to see to his release. Say you want to kill it is the same PM matter Simon Eba to Washington DC, discussing makers every day for them to hear too much time because I don't know how to tell him thank you that it has done. No, I have to describe. But I just pray that God will continue to bless him and then reach him with more strength and enablement. He got tax because responsibility in his hand now has increased before. So Biafran people join the prime of the Biafran people, and he will have to introduce his famous guest. Thank you, APM, and you as introduce your guest so that I to the studio as well. Over to you, APM.
Honorable Minister of Information, Mazi Sonia Barawa. Yes, some of us, first of all, greeting our Biafrans. We appreciate our leader and they cannot break our spirit. And no matter what, the terrorists with her allies away from us. And let me refresh us memory. Our leader is crazy. Biafra will come. I am very mindful. Partner. We see almost some 2 a.m. with issue of Biafra. Never time for the past 1 year that we discovered Biafra. All about the benefit of freedom from people. Layers.
I turn off my.
You want to the show tonight, and next week you also have a podcast going on. This is going to be like part of. You are welcome, Biafran people. I'm happy to have. I'm great. You walk around the clock. I what lobby in this world that you that will work for 24 hours for people. We need to approach those that have come to fight. Mercury, the former by when to be under IPOB is indigenous. By then we have government, and you cannot people or organization to learn that they did not succeed after spending huge amount of money. You can only lobby U.S. government, especially relate or a particular country or that is fighting for our freedom. We find it very easy to get to the United States of America. But if we have still proceed with the same process of IPOB or the same pattern years ago, we would not see. IPOB at the time had different lobby, 2 different countries, 2 of 3. I believe the profile is not a lobby, but to have layers. Welcome to the broker show. will be what happened yesterday and unlike what we need to do. My fellow citizens, the harder the Nigerian government, the harder we become. We have conflict and we take freedom on board. Support now that Nnamdi Kanu is sentenced. You see Bianca here and see parading her evil self-destroyed Biafran movement. She's working with a terrorist. To make this is not expected. What she expects, she never wants our leader. She actually wants him dead. He's the same evil woman. So that Mazi Simon can be everywhere. Biafra, know your problem. Deal with your problem. Hold those accountable wherever they are. You must know where they are. I don't have to tell you how to do it. I believe you know what to do. Wake up. Fight. Fight for your freedom. Don't give up. No retreat, no surrender. If you retreat, you surrender. Then what happened from 1967 to 1970? Our fallen heroes will never forgive us. Our loved ones that were massacred, starved to death. Just imagine, over 3,000 children were. If that don't touches you, are you a true Biafran? As I'm speaking, there's ongoing war in Biafra land today, which the fake news medias from CNN to BBC to Arise channel, they don't report it. The same playbook of what happened during the genocide. They refuse to report to the world what is happening. But we Biafran people are doing everything on social media to expose this evil country called Nigeria. Who would destroy Nigeria from Washington. As you all have seen, they are attacking Brigade. They are attacking me. They are attacking our wonderful friend here, Layers. Because he's our friend. He's more than a friend and more than a co-partner. We work together. They are attacking us, going gaga, going crazy. Layers, I think you're gonna talk more when you come and tell me about these Nigerian terrorists who made them go crazy. I don't even know why they wake up very late. They didn't. When we were cooking this for over a year, they quickly run to Finland. Even whatever we are still pushing. And if they think trying to imprison our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu with the useless life sentences they're talking about, which we not stand. Our activity here from the United States of America with the sanctions and condemnation by the international community, Nigeria will be disgraced. That we have no any other option than to release him. It's a promise. And for those that have worked with this terrorist country, in prison, our leader, we will hold them accountable one way or the other. The land of Biafra will not contain us, we and them. They better leave Biafra land. It's not a threat, it's a problem. You reap what you sow. If you good, you will be rewarded good. If you do bad, you will be rewarded with bad. Commit crime, consequence. There's crime. All of them from beyond evil and I hope you are happy now. What you wishes for over how many of you are happy now? All the others have been deceiving us. They are speaking now. I hope all the new governors. How do you feel? Prison by your enemy. Soludo, you feel? I hope. Oti, how do you feel? What happened to Sunday? Why didn't the same country imprison him? What happened to Shekumi? Shekumi, all this, sometimes name is relevant. All these that have identified all those working with the terrorists like Gumi or something, why haven't terrorists imprisoned them? All these terrorists have been having meetings, negotiating with the Nigerian government in prison, integrate to the Americans. We got disgrace, and it's a show intimidating us, looking down. Rise up, do that with your freedom. It will not be given to you. You have to fight for your freedom. But as I as we will revenge, forgive. If they want to forgive, and every both home and abroad, we pay. And for those that you're going nowhere, we'll pay very soon. You can make sure you do what you are doing. Let's welcome and have one of the few words, dear friends, and the way forward. And we all there hope, there is light at the end of the tunnel. We can hear out from Washington yesterday by here, Jim, you are seeing the picture, man of faith, a man of injustice, the way he spoke. Your imprisonment of Nnamdi Kanu, a case study to educate you. The reason why they shouldn't support Nigeria, Elias, I think, can share light on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's an honor to be here to address. We are making historic strides, and Washington, D.C., we have brought Nigeria to its knees. We have broken Nigeria diplomatically. The pressure of the U.S. government is breaking that country, and it's weakening that country. And if we continue and concurrently, the U.S. government supports Biafra, and in that already, you know, there's the Christian genocide narrative. There's a question about Biafra as well. Top people here in Washington, D.C. You've seen statements by individuals like Walid Perez, who's a foreign policy advisor to President, and other senior Republican presidential candidates. You've seen, even outside the United States, the statements from Gunther and other eminent officials. So I think Biafra is no longer a dream or aspiration, but it is a reality. And I think now it's going to come quicker, sooner than people think. And to be honest, I thought. I think we're moving at a fast pace that I want those to know who always yearned for Biafra but thought that never realistic, that it is now at our doorstep. And, you know, there's that we publicize, but there are a lot of very high-level things we don't publicize because they're too high-level and too sensitive. So I can assure you, discussing the Biafra of the U.S. government, support, a lot of sympathy, a lot of interest shared with us, and vice versa. We're having those conversations. We can very interesting conversation regarding our collaboration, and so Nigeria is panicked. Me, senior Nigerian official, the senior advisor. Other ones have it like every different Nigerian minister, Briggy, or acting prime minister, and this shows you that the government of Nigeria knows who the various people are. They're attacking us. They're not attacking, ABDOS, BGC, whatever, all these names. You know, understood by everyone that the Biafra government is the only real player. It's the U.S. government or our adversary, the government in Nigeria. And I think we're on a historic path. And you see the that have used success over educating people. The prime minister has met with our discussed the acting prime minister with Congressman Johnson, and recent congressional the outrageous conviction and sentencing of Nnamdi Kanu, which is historic, national hearing. Genocide, Biafra, Mazi Nnamdi talked about in international televised U.S. So very close. I mean, the Africans support government, and the goal is a very important thing. I can encourage Biafrans is track, just stay focused and the Biafran. Our goal at hand, far off at all. What we've done, and you've been a friend and an honor to be with you. I know the Nigerian is going to go very, very gaga because you, Mr. Acting Prime Minister, have become a very influential voice here in Washington. And so the Nigerians think they're aware that against us. I think will make so. I'm sure over time the Nigerian government will go lunatic, and they should be victorious in the end. And I also again want to offer my sympathies on his outrageous and imprisonment with sentence. It's absolutely the Nelson Mandela of our time. And like Nelson Mandela, we will and be mental at least. Nelson Mandela in his release was the pressure of the international community, the pressure of the U.S. government on the apartheid, with the U.S. government, growing community, or that similar to free Nelson Mandela, we could have a similar campaign for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is released. This is not a legal issue. You know, whatever legal charges the government has come up with are completely nonsensical. It doesn't even have the jurisdiction. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, political persecution, and as such, the solution will be political. And the pressure of the U.S. government and the international community, I believe, in the Nnamdi Kanu. So I just want to express these to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and the people of Biafra who have been very, as have I and any one of. So be here today to give you my greetings. Unfortunately, I will have to go for another. I just want to stop by, even if brief, to pay my respects to the Prime Minister, to information, all the ministers, government, and also our wonderful bridge and the Biafran people. So, not be your voice in Washington with His Excellency Minister. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate what you're doing. Together with that, we have had this conversation. You know, so we have been said there's some very sensitive engagement meetings that we can do in public for now until the appropriate time. All I can be afraid is here. So we just what is right, and disrupt get into our nation. We hold that accountable. Not playing. We are not joking. We'll be like never before, because this country, disgraced country, Nigeria, they don't give a damn. They don't care. They don't know how to negotiate. They don't know how. At first, when President threaten Nigeria, and that's gone. Nigeria have been a country that know how to international community writing. All they will do, they will direct their course, but rather trying to fight it and shake it out like nothing is happening. There is to their first was lying on a peg show just a few days ago. He said that 77 or 70 something people were killed, and that tells you the kind of country Nigeria is. Not a country. That's just the fact. Thank you, Elias, that I will you up so that you can leave, and we are stopping.
Thank you. I would be here for many more hours because I love these engagements and interviews. The only thing is, unfortunately, I have another. I must go. It's an honor to be here, and my respects are wonderful and spectacular Minister of Information, Sunny Akbarwala, my good dear friend. Always good to see you as always. We're so lucky to have you. And so blessed to have you, and you've been been with us through these very tough through the toughest time. Been a voice of sanity and reason and common sense, as the acting prime minister. So we're so lucky and to have your to have you, and I know many Biafrans feel the same way. And, look, if Nigeria is going crazy now, I'll leave on this note. If Nigeria is going crazy now, believe you me, next few weeks and months, I think some of them will start having heart attacks. That's all, or some of them will be fainting. So, we have a lot in store for them, and the acting prime minister knows what I'm talking about. So, anyhow, great to be with you, and not only Nigerian officials, but also all these Biafran saboteurs. Some of them are going to be fainting when they see what's about to come. So anyhow, wonderful to see you, my friends, and our wonderful Biafran friends who are watching. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Elias. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elias. Thank you very much. My fellow citizens, Biafran, where do we go? You that have sitting on the fence, waiting for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu when he's released before you do.
Our FPM's network went down. Okay. Yeah, APM, your network went.
Yes.
Yeah.
Biafran, our enemies, they have laid ambush on us. They are watching us. They monitor our body moves. They want to know how we do. My citizens, what is the way forward? The way forward is for us to fund our freedom. To liberate London. We can do more. We can knock more doors in Washington. We can lobby more. We can give the Nigerian terrorist state water. We can match them with whatever. the pressure and of how we them brutally, they have no choice to come negotiate and release our leader, Mazin Namdeka. The lawyers, every other groups forward, if a court mention this group and it happened to them that they are doing what we are. Yes, that's a good call today. They are ready to join what we are doing. That we hear from them. I'm going to mention the country, the host. Yes, that they have been following and a particular control, put a call across. More interested, we are. Let's set this up and save our dear life. Save mine. You can take my life, save the life of the innocent Biafran people. Biafran people. Then if you don't want to, if you don't want to love yours, love dear family. Am I sacrificing? When Christ came down, people sacrifice themselves to save others. Not a big deal. Come to that gate. If you're whether the thing is true or not, sacrifice the last that is supposed to escape the disaster, the big Titanic ship. Is better with certainty. There is always live again one way. Others. The village be overrun by enemy. Pumping champagne, throwing parties, enjoying your life. Village is wiped out. Witness village, you will find already, but you have no choice. Either to live by their or you disappear. Is that what you want? Like you, if name of your village, the village name will be renamed. What is their name? Post Madam Fodio something name. Why here we be? What is all these mixed names?
Or Nahiru.
Nahiru. Oh, Nisha. Turn on Nishit. Instead, they will change it to black cap. masquerade. Women will be wearing black masquerade. When you see your work pass you, you don't even know that's your wife. That's the face of that masquerade. Yet they will turn in the women. Because masquerade, that's the face. Is that what you want? The Afghan peace here, we are. This is every time for those sports. When it's you see both teams doing everything to stop. Now Titanic about to sink. Now I've seen every day gradually. Let's so we can be free. Support your. We are wise people. We know what to do, but we don't want to allow our wiseness cower. Trending, like Elias said, it's not common a member of Congress to make a reference, just like Congressman J. To make a reference of injustice towards the Biafran Christian people, brought it in to ask the United States of America for them to see what they just did to our leader Martin Nandika. What James actually did. That United States use it to kill the innocent. They will use us for America. This America have happened to the other way. I know we are Minister of Education have spent over before this. So that accountable. It doesn't matter. It's better. Lawyer, you are in those groups that deceive our leader, or what we are repent. Political elite class like Soludo to Obi, Peter Obi. I hope all of you are smart for 2027. That 2027 will take all of you ahead. That all of you people are waiting for or wishing for. All of you. This first website is open 24/7. Republic.org. Donate for fund your freedom. We have some of our citizens what is right, doing the needful by funding, supporting financially. I'm not going to call their name. We appreciate you. You know who you are. Please, if you haven't supported Biafra, it's here. If you don't feel it from Washington yesterday, I don't live in this planet Earth. For member of U.S. lawmakers to talk about what just happened in Nigeria, how they oppress the Biafran Christian, how their law operate a lawless country without due process? If you are not saying it, if you are not feeling it, you have a problem. And for those that want to speak up like Obikana chief priest, even this woman called Bianca, now they are speaking. Be able to hear your voice. Your family know how your parents brought you from a cursed family. They are evil. The land of Biafra will work against you. Place, if you want anonymous commission, or go to our website, use your real email or point of provide your freedom, support financially. The land of Biafra will bless you. Always remain in the good evil one. Rolling is dead in Ghana is a shy play. I got you. This pain by some journalists, I'm sure their name. They refer to some of the image always online, and I let them know this image of Peter during the image like that. You want to, who are you? And this picture, you are seeing the children, you are seeing there are your family members, are Biafrans. So want your freedom tomorrow. The SEC doing for years to support, kindly support. There's also cooking. It's a lot happening. You just heard from Elias, and just say they are getting about some things that they too don't want to say. They don't want to let nice freak out. And we come here. Thank you. We appreciate everyone. Please stand strong. Don't let your spirit. Leader Mazin, they can afford to betray Biafra. During the time of Wazirike, it's because all the shouting of Wazirike surrender. In our leader now, they can stronger doing it. Why this useless court of Nigeria doing this? Shenanigans. We are in Washington, D.C. Thank you very much. What we are is what we release. Our leaders, Mazin Namdi. Those of you that are thinking we forget last week, I do usual ask about reference. Same time, what we're doing in Washington, we secure a release. Believe in Washington strongly. With land is the respect we have for him, but in the DC have a big happen from Washington DC. Probably we might be, if you're in Europe or part of the world, just be, you might be asked to come to Washington DC for a show game. Washington lead the support. Any country, whether it is Switzerland, we let them follow. We never see them step up. We never see no parliament talk about this. It's not happening. It's not one fault. It is just what it is. If you don't like a hot transformer, no any other country. What's happening yesterday is happening. How many countries in the world say proscribing Nigeria? How many countries in the world lawmakers see from their parliament talking about or condemning it? America yesterday was condemning in their own capital. Every be corrected. Both declare and come back up and down. Declare. US will correct it. Don't go inside. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, APM. Thank you. Yeah, friend. Here is our the fun tomorrow. I've just done by this stupidity where we will display supreme going forward, so that because they are push this picture now and people into the fundraising, and we are going forward. So the of our so very big fly. You can't be afraid. Pronouncing death sentence. So
these people, no one have you don't have power. Don't have sentence because he freedom. Because he asked for a good governance. Shame on you, that Dangote or this or this, I don't know how shit disgrace country in Nigeria. We're in Nigeria, we don't have no any other weapon than the weapon we have is to let Nigeria to you. You are be dealing. You don't even know what you're dealing with. Let it happen to you. So you can, one, you will enjoy the bad governance of Nigeria. You will enjoy evil that every package that comes. No good, just no good hospital, no sewage system, no corrupt, bribery, napping. Hey, in one country, it's 20 terrorist group, and more is coming up. Head of terrorists. Thank you, Minister of Information.
Thank you.
Up, right?
Thank you so much for taking out of your time, and we salute all Biafrans.
Please, Biafra join this tomorrow again. No, tomorrow before the fundraising. Join the space. Our space a little bit longer with the spirit of Biafrans tuning as well. Of information.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, join this happening here, and remember, because of the recent activity, a lot of they are following, and a lot of us subscribe to them. So they and we always tag them, and they follow, are familiar with what is happening, and we need to start making it happen. If you have not subscribed, if you not have an account of Truth, go through social, so that a lot of these hackers, they also on True Social, just like Twitter. True Social account information, we're also going to be active on True Social.
I'm already there on True.
A lot of and as well, a lot of dignitaries are there. Please, if you have not have an account, you must play it for those that are there with it. Can
let me social. This is
like
just like Twitter.
Yeah, more profile dignitary there. We already know in politicking, so we have to make sure we get all the news and pass our news as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ABM. Thank you. Thank you to all your friends, and see you all in the fundraising tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you so much, Biafran, part of this broadcast. See you later in the day in our fundraising, and make sure you are part of the donation. You are part of the support for our freedom. Airborne to the Biafran Defense Forces. Greetings to all of our leaders, and goodbye.